Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe, they've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children.
My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Got the screen on me. Let me show you how I really flex, Si. This is how I really flex. Look at this. You see this, Si? This is how I really flex. This is peace and blessings out there to everybody. My name is Dr. Inky, the founder of the Melanin vs. Diabetes movement and ministry. Our goal is to fight diabetes by creating a biochemically literate society, one book at a time, one person at a time, one household at a time. Join us now by going to Amazon.com and getting all of the books, getting all of the books that you can afford, even if you can't read them all. Share them with family, share them with loved ones. Let's begin the study. And if you need tutoring sessions are available at AmericanHealer.website. I can give you one-on-one tutoring through these books. Let's build a biochemically literate society, one person at a time. Thanks in advance.
Dr. Inky incarnate as the true and living soul of Osiris, It's been 4,000 years since you learned true knowledge yourself, since you learned real black history. Find out the secrets of your soul, how you are being colonized. Take back your history. Create your future.
Charles getting more than that interview. Oh Lord, that's crazy.
Home, I done got 40,000 for an interview.
Damn.
I went to California last year. Right after the BET Awards, man. I was right, man, 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love, love and faith, believe, faith and love, love.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, this ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I went to I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you. No, I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Yeah, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah, animals to the shit. Animal, baby. The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Show, the platform where we learn from the world community. I am your host, Rasaki Maskani, and on the panel this evening, we got Brother Ahi, Professor Amin Ra, Brother Osborne Sayers, and Brother Mashinda. And tonight we have Dr. Inky Real back for the third time. I'm going to show you both of the videos that he did. And the topic for this evening is holiday health.
All right. So I want everybody to support the Community Education Network. Right. Please go on over there and support the Community Education Network. They are supporting you. They are supporting you. Love who love you. I love you. I'm going to come online every day. Every day. Might not be on YouTube. Might be IG, Clubhouse, Twitter. I don't know. Facebook. Right. And I'm going to talk about how being healthy can be easier for you. So you live longer. So your children get to enjoy you a little longer. So you get to enjoy your children a little bit longer. Right? I mean, that's the job of a teacher, a coach, a leader. Right? The job is make success easier for the next person. It's the idea of a book. If you guys are looking at how many books we've been able to put together as a team over the past, 15 months now, right? Some of y'all some of y'all delinquent now. Y'all missing quite a few books. I have not been asleep. You might have fell asleep. You might be short a few books. You better catch up on these books. I'm not asleep. We grinding. Some of the books, the research takes longer to put together. But we got projects working that because the thing is, the numbers are going up. Right now, you got 2,000 people a day dying in America. And, this is a mysterious death. Like no symptoms. No symptoms, dead. Or if you get some symptoms, like your urine changing or it's only a little bit, or your ankle got swollen, or your ankles got swollen, like certain things like that, you won't even pay attention to in reference to the severity. So yes, you'll see a symptom or something, but you're going to try to do some DIY, do it yourself. You ain't going to contact you ain't going to do what you need to do to secure yourself. Right. And that's kind of, this whole idea about these books. And honestly, the books have been a game changer because it allows me to duplicate myself and save you time and money. Because now you got all the answers. Right? And let's take a break for a second. Let's go over to Diddy. So, all right. Let's go over to Diddy for a second. Right? We're finding out, right? Let's just hold on for a second. Take your mind off the kidneys, off food, off melanin, diabetes, all that for a second. Just Diddy right now, right? You're I want you submerged in the world of baby oil right now. Right? But think about this. Diddy has captured the headlines because of who he is, meaning if you don't understand what a gangster is, right? Then when you hear the term gangster, you think of a 14 or 15-year-old wearing a yellow rag, a blue rag, a red rag, like that's a gangster. You think of guys raising their kids and, trying to make music and do businesses, you're thinking more of a conservative person. So a part of what has everybody so scared, appalled, shocked, is the drastic difference between the two personalities. The fun-loving guy who made the videos with Hype Williams versus possibly the predator of the century. Possibly. Right? Possibly. It's an ugly game. And I do want to say a few things. Like, we have to be mindful that they're making deviant sexual abuse a black thing, where black people were not the face of deviant sexual abuse 20 years ago. Yeah. You didn't really see that. And then, we had the DC Sniper, and then, R. Kelly, and this one and that one, and York and Polite, and this. So now, we had to be careful. We just got to be careful what's going on. But the thing I want to mention in regard to the subject matter with Diddy, nobody knew until they knew. A few people thought they knew. They didn't know. The victims and the predator is the only people for sure that understands what's happening. And we all had a high level of trust, right? So what I think that the people are going to go through, remember, you heard it here. I think the people are going to go through something like that with the health system. Because I talk to people, and in 2024, I can't believe this, and I'm halfway ashamed to say this, but people seem to still be outsourcing life. Meaning the education for my kids, that's that person's responsibility. The education, the responsibility for my health, yeah, that's his responsibility. So he doing teaching, no responsibility or accountability for what you're supposed to be doing. And I think things like kidney disease, chronic kidney disease, is something that could help the people realize what they're up against. Because besides me, I ain't gonna say besides me, besides all of your local folks, many of which are, not to be trusted, right? But there are good folks out there, like me, all over the place, but that's pretty much it. The institution is commercial. So the institution is looking to continue to increase the profit margin. Everything else is secondary or tertiary. Everything else is secondary or tertiary. So I was over at the Community Education Network. Check them out. Subscribe over there. They have a lot of family-driven and
self-help driven content over there, right? And we're going to go through some of these, we're going to go through some of what I was talking about over there, and try to elaborate some more on some stuff. Yeah, try to elaborate a little bit more on some stuff, and start to kick this thing into high gear. I said it yesterday here, then again over there. One of the scariest things about this kidney thing is that there's no warnings. And I lost a best friend. Listen to what I'm telling you. I lost a best friend to the I'm gonna get like Monday, I'm getting ready to start this up. Monday may not come around for you. Monday may not come around for you. One of my best friends, I'm talking about since before I could cross the street by myself. You know what I'm saying? I was running around with this guy. Later on, we wound up going to the same high school. I'm talking about every day, all day, me and him. My guy, Desmond, rest in greatness, the D States, right? And so me and States, he was there for me when Amber had got run over by the car, as I really needed a brother at the time, because just the way I like to do things, you know what I'm saying? I just needed an extra pair of arms, you know what I'm saying? Because at the time, she had this heavy, full body cast. And I would make her walk up and down the steps with that whole heavy thing on to do, to do her therapy, because the therapy that they were doing at the therapist wasn't enough. So I take her to therapy, and then I come home and we'll do therapy for another hour or so. But outside of that, I didn't want life to stop. You know what I'm saying? And we wasn't doing like a wheelchair or nothing like that. So I would carry Amber with the heavy cast on her body out to places like, yeah, we go in the store to get a little whatever. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get a treat. Nice day out. Or we going to the park. Man, I'm getting ready to carry her with her RoboCop suit on. Let's go. So it was cool to be able to have, here, hold Amber for a second. You know what I'm saying? So he was there the whole time with me. With that, he was there when I first started teaching people, doing videos, just every step of the way. And when I say every step of the way, like even in my early videos, some of them he's holding the camera. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a part of what it is that, we trying to do. Only thing is, he wasn't taking part. So he was gung-ho to help everybody else and to promote the movement and be involved. And he came down to 125th a few times, played low key with me. He just wasn't, he didn't quit his cigarettes, malt liquor, regular food, fast food, Chinese, regular, not, but regular, just, and every time I see him, because we go through some times where we like every day, and we might go through some time where, he in another state or wherever I'm at. So we just, every so often, yo, you good? Ooh. Every time I speak to him, yo, you on your grind? Where you at? What your lady on? What your kid? Like what they eating around? You quit your cigarettes yet? I'm telling you, I'm getting ready to start this shit up on Monday. Telling him, getting ready to start this shit up on Monday.
Mind you, he 2 years younger than me. Heart stop. I miss him to this day. I miss him to this day. So this kidney thing is dangerous. Because, I mean, you could be at your best, feeling great, performing like physically, like everything, everything, physically, cognitively, emotionally, like you good. Until you're not. Until you're not. And so going to the Diddy, the reason why I brought up Diddy once again is because, and not just Diddy, right? Because Diddy's the new Diddy. He's the new Diddy, right? Is this any of this like new? Is any of this new? Come on now. You about to tell your age. If your answer is yes, this is all new, then I know you gotta be under 25. But if you over 35, then you know you heard all of this already. All of this. Including the reason Tupac got killed is because he didn't want to have, he didn't want to have sex with Quincy Jones, because Quincy Jones was the last generation Diddy with the parties and the this and the that and the other. And I'm sure there was people before Quincy Jones. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is there's a blind trust. There's a blind trust that the people have for these corporations and entities. And they feel like the corporations have bylaws that protect the people that are supporting the corporations or working at the corporations. And unless you understand business law, you really don't know what is in them papers and bylaws and all that. You just have a blind trust for it, right? It's the same thing with your food. You have a blind trust for this system of food and nutrition that's deeply intertwined, right? Let me tell you something. How about this? I used to work on Wall Street, right? I started as a cold caller, right? And you work your way up from a cold caller to a junior broker. And then once you get to junior broker level, you got a certain amount of goals or whatever to hit. And then they're going to pay for you to go to Greco Financial Institute, right? And when you go to Greco Financial Institute, at the time, it was James Greco, the great-great-grandson of the guys who actually came up with the stock market. At least that's the rumor, that his great-great-great-great-great-grandpa was a part of the guys that came up with the whole Wall Street, blah, 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 blah. So it was only like me and 2 or 3 other black guys in the class when he was explaining this to the class that we kind of just looked at each other and had one of those get out moments like. But anyway, long story short, that's not what I was trying to point out. Y'all know I get lost and go crazy with the segues, right? What I'm saying is the one thing I learned from Wall Street that's important to know is that ownership is hidden. And that's the most important part of the Wall Street thing that's relevant to this conversation. Ownership is hidden. Ownership is hidden. It's relevant to the kidney conversation. It's relevant to the Diddy conversation. It's relevant to a lot of understanding what's happening outside in your world. Because, people are throwing around terms like Illuminati and they say big pharma and blah, blah, blah. But you have to understand that the stock market gives that cloak, that invisibility. So that way I can own, right? Obviously not me, but just for example, right? I'm using myself as an example. Or you. Yeah, let's put it on you. So you could actually be a majority owner of liquor business. You could also own the pharmaceutical companies. You could also own entertainment, right? And then, but your name never shows up there. You just get the money from it. Now, John Q. Public, they don't know any better. So they believe that CEOs are bosses. This is like one of the craziest things of all time. This is damn near the same as the tap water. People thinking a CEO is a boss. No, a CEO is not a boss. A CEO, CEOs get a lot of money. And in that sense, they're bosses in their own life because they take their money, and then usually they're making the most money in the family. So everybody in the family depends on them. So they run their family as a business where they're a boss because they're making so much money as a CEO for a big business. But that's not how it goes. As a CEO or president, etc., you still, no matter what, have to answer to that board. The people that actually own the company that you are running. You're just running. You're facilitating their ideas and running and woo, so that they can be in the shadows. That's literally what the head of the company gets paid for, so that everybody else could be in the shadows. So now, when you think about the fact that Puffy has been running the Democrat campaign for 20 years, who do you actually think was at them parties? You don't think Bill Clinton and Hillary was at them parties? You don't think Bill, Hillary, Obama, like you don't think them, he been the Democrat person, the leader of the Democrat outreach arm to the black community is Puff Daddy last 20 years. But we have this, again, this blind trust that we just throw out there, right? You know, all them Democrats was at them parties, right? Who else was at those parties? The CEOs of all the music business people. Yeah, all of the CEOs was there. They do profit. They make money together. All them folks make money together. So all of them was there at them freak offs. All the CEOs, all of them. Got a blind trust. You got a blind trust. That's the problem we got. We got a blind trust with everybody that wants to hurt us, but not the people that want to love us. I don't get the blind trust. I get the blind distrust, or the blind, oh, that's his friend. I don't get the blind trust. Even outside of these dynamics, a person that has never read a food label in their life is going to ask me and then challenge me and debate me on like every ingredient and da-da-da-da-da-da. Meanwhile, you guzzling high fructose corn syrup and tap water like it's nobody's business. So you're not even asking no question. You don't even know all the sources of those things you're consuming. Blind trust. So we go to the hospital and we're dealing with this kidney thing. And when I say we, it's like everything else. It's the darker people that's at the top, right? So that's another whole thing we got to really tackle and figure out. What is it? Who is a black person? Who is a black person? Are you a black person? Are you a black person? Are you black because you have melanin? Does melanin make you black? Right? Are you black because you have melanin, or are you black because you grew up in the city? You grew up in the urban experience. You listen to hip hop. Is Eminem black? Because I've had people tell me that the hip hop community is the black community, which I would. So I'm like, oh, so Eminem is black. You're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't. By my definition, he's not He's definitely hip hop. He's definitely not black though. Right? And then we got Kamala and this thing getting hot. Is Kamala black? Well, she's definitely got pigment. But I don't know if she has the urban experience, if that means something to you. Right? I was talking to Sa. I asked Sa because Sa was hiding Jabari. I was trying to get Jabari to answer the question. Jabari was buck dancing. He was scared of that. Sonetta, though, he came with an interesting take. Sonetta said that because the people were suffering oppression under white supremacy, that the term black just mean the opposite of white supremacy. I said, that's interesting because his concept of what it means to be black doesn't have any physical reality to it. Right? You could be Indian, Chinese, German, this one, that one. As long as you're against white supremacy, you're a black person. So all of this said to say, where do we have the highest form of blind trust? The blind trust we have the most is in the hospital. So we go in the hospital, right? We go in the hospital and we want to know, how the hell is it that yesterday I was making love, I was playing with my kids, I did my best, work, perform, like I'm on top of the world right now. Doc, how is it that you telling me I'm 72 hours away from death? Because that's how the kidney thing pretty much goes for most people. If you're just finding out you're at stage 5, they like, yo, you got, they like that. They looking at they like, man, listen, you got about 72 hours to figure this whole thing out. Your family frantic. You don't even have an opportunity to get frantic because you're damn near in shock till dead. The family is in pain. They don't even understand. Like, so now after everything goes left, the other left. After everything goes left, the family trying to get some solace. They want to know, what, like, how did this happen? How could you be healthy on Monday and then on Tuesday you can't walk, or you can't get out the bed, or you can't use the bathroom, or you do use the bathroom and there's blood in your urine or something super crazy? Like, how could you be healthy on Monday and then go to the hospital on Tuesday and you got, like, this is crazy? Well, the first thing is, the obvious is true. You thought you was healthy on Monday. You thought you was healthy before the kidneys failed. You thought it. Now, do people with really disciplined, like outside of the genetic stuff, because genetics, usually you see kidney disease in the young state, when people are young, if it's genetic, you know what I'm saying? But we're talking about people who have healthy kidneys that are fine all their life. And then at some point, 20, 30, 50, 70, out of nowhere, kidneys done. I was healthy yesterday. Today, I got 72 hours to live a sentence from my doctors. And so now your family wants to know, like, how did this, like, seriously, doc, how did this? And so you ask the doctor at what? Surgeon General, what's the hospital in your neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? You go Surgeon General or whatever your city is, General, and you ask the doctor, make sure you're not talking to like somebody still learning, real, he already did his whole little 3, 4, 5 years, what's going on here? Get somebody with gray hair, you know what I'm saying? 10, 20, 30 years. What is this? Like, how do we prepare? Like, if I want to get awareness out so I can stop other people from dying, the same way my cousin, my aunt, my girlfriend, my husband, my wife, my son, the same way my loved one died, I want to get this awareness out there. This is crazy, right? They say, well, the first thing you need to know is diabetes, high blood pressure, and being black are the largest risk factors. Blind trust, blind trust, blind trust. Okay, blind trust. I must be stupid. Yeah, I'm first of all, let's start there, right? Because I'm stupid. Right? This is you talking to yourself. This is how we negatively program ourselves to accept and obey and lay down. When you in the doctor place, you haven't taken the time to get the body language book. Where's the body language? You haven't bought you a body language book yet, right? You haven't bought you a body language book, and because you didn't go to medical school, yeah, you don't really know what the doctors is talking about. When you in the hospital, the doctors sound like the Charlie Brown teacher. So you don't know what they talking about. You just hoping at the end of that, they give you a prescription you could take home, pop some pills. You know, you could take a pill. You could take a pill and get some remedy. You could take a pill and get some remedy, right? That's what Puff Daddy going to have to try to do. Get a pill for remedy, right? So you don't know what the doctors are saying. That's where 90% of the fear builds up. Now, the problem with that is fear-based hormones increase most sickness, right? Increase most sickness. Now, we take it a step further. No, this is a whole, listen, this is a brand new book we dropping. This is a brand new book we dropping. The name of the book, let me put the name of the book. It's not out yet. Bang. That's the name of the new book. And I've been trying to get it published like a week, and they're killing me right now. But this is what we got to batten down the hatches and really get this thing, like we got to get this understanding, right? So remember, I've been telling folks, technically, you know, euphemistically, I get it. So I identify, you know, I choose to identify as Black, you know, but I keep telling people scientifically, I know better. I'm not a Black man. I'm green. If we want to be like that, that's not an actual scientifically correct description of my body. And since it seems like the more scientifically correct you can get with understanding your body, the better you can get at helping your body to work as smoothly as possible. I just keep telling people, hey, I'm green. If you ask me what color I am, I'm going to tell you green. So I'm like, yeah, all those Black people statistics. Yeah, I'm like this. Thank God I don't have to worry about that because I'm green. So technically, I'm telling you though, this is a problem because when you go to the hospital with the blind trust and the doctor tell you that the risk factor, you know, one of the primary risk factors for this problem that's killing people like, you know, like overnight with no symptoms, one or whatever. If you're Black, you know, and so let's say I'm one of the people that feels like, okay, if you are African American, then that means you're Black. Like if I say that African American is the same as Black, you know, referring to people. Here's the problem with that. If you tell John Q. Public being African American is a risk factor for a specific disease, right? Because you've heard that before. John Q. Public is just going to accept that. And based on the fact, again, that they know that they don't know, You know, they know that they don't know Dr. E's the language. They haven't learned the Dr. E's language, so they don't really know what's being said. But somebody that does know what's being said, like me, will go, wait a minute. Do you know how many genetic variations there are in just America alone of quote unquote black people? Do you know how many mixes there are? You know how many black people are mixed with? Like, no, it's not even possible. Because some people do their DNA and there's like, bro, it's too much. It's too much. So there's no possible way to get any scientific value out of saying a risk factor is if you're a black person or African American person, unless you skip the line of everything else and just go, okay, so are you saying that melanin is going to give me kidney disease? Because scientifically, that's kind of what we narrow down as the thing that makes us black and, you know, like someone else not, right? We've got eumelanin, right? We got the eumelanin popping. So is it actually the melanin that's causing the kidneys to shut down? Is that what you're saying? Your doctor look at you bewildered, shake his head, be like, no, that's definitely not. Then your doctor start thinking about it like, wait, am I inadvertently communicating? Like, is that what I'm saying without really realizing that's what I might be saying? Because sometimes we intend to communicate a thought, but what we choose, like how we package it, it doesn't come across that way. Right? So now my arrogance, I'm thinking because we got diabetes licked, we done moved on to heart disease. Like we put diabetes in the rear view. I'm thinking arrogantly that we got this kidney thing together. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you got even the idea that something's going on with your kidney, you should stop watching this video right now. Like, watch this video in the Uber on the way to the emergency room. Like, don't play with your kidneys. You know what I'm saying? Like, fall in love with a nephrologist. You know what I'm saying? Like, figures, get going. But black. Right? Then I find out, as I'm going through the research, something keeps popping up. And I ain't gonna lie, I laughed so hard in my room by myself that my children came to my bedroom to ask me like what was going on, because I was laughing uncontrollably, right? And I had skipped it in like two journals. Two journals, because I seen articles where they had mentioned, you know, cholesterol oxidative products. And, you know, I understand the concept. You may understand the concept. But for those that don't, right? In our bodies, and I when I say ours, I don't mean like people, I mean animals. We are just a category in this instance, right? So, like the lions, tigers, and bears, we produce cholesterol, right? The cholesterol your body produces is the master substrate for the rest of chemistry that's going on, you know, in your body, at least macro chemistry, right? So hormones, cellular instructions from that level, you know, top down, all that's so. Every animal makes cholesterol. And while you're alive, Your body is actively looking to stockpile cholesterol to turn that into testosterone and DHEA and this one and that one, vitamin D. You know what I'm saying? Like your body's looking to turn cholesterol into these things. Okay. So now, question that nobody ever asked themselves, because this is the type of stuff that only seems to interest me as a kid growing up. Right? So only I'm thinking as a little kid growing up, young man, I say teens, you know, I wonder what happens to the cholesterol inside my body after I pass away. The cholesterol that has not got a chance to turn into vitamin D or testosterone or whatever. It's just cholesterol. It's just little molecules in fats and you know, it's just there. Well, once the body goes, once you die, you know, your body completely transforms. The microbiome completely transforms because you no longer have a life force that microbiome can tap into to feed themselves. So now the microbiome has to leave your body because it's terrible. It's not good living in there. It's like a city that lives off of a industry, and then the industry closed down. So now everybody got to leave. All the microbiome. I don't know where you're going, but I know you got to get up out of here, right? All of the cholesterol gets oxidized and goes rancid. Now, back then, we didn't have no papers or no proof or woo-woo-woo, but now we got paperwork. Now, in 2024, they understand. They've transformed cholesterol oxidative products to a nice little short acronym. You know what that acronym is? COPS. The cops. The cops. I'm telling you, listen. Listen to what I'm saying. Right now, even, I still have, like, my face is sore right now from laughing so hard at this whole concept. And I'm just sitting here and it's getting funnier the longer I'm thinking of it. So this is how the title of the book becomes Black People, Cops, and Sugar, right? Because all of the diseases, right? All of the diseases that they attribute to Black people. Check out how this, and this may be nerd humor. It may only be funny in my mind. You know what I'm saying? But this is just priceless. All the diseases that being Black puts you to the top of the list as risk factor, and death, mortality, morbidity, all them words. Mortality, morbidity, risk factor. We don't want to hear none of those terms, right? But all of those things that are associated with quote unquote Blackness, whatever that means, are also physically attached by cholesterol. Right? So now I'm telling you, I'm cracking up. I'm like, hold up. So you telling me the cops is killing Black people? I said, what the? I said, I ain't gonna never sell no books. Everybody already know that. Nobody's gonna buy a book from Dr. Inky that says, listen, I'm about to break it down how the cops been killing Black people. They're gonna say, nigga, are you insane? We knew that since 1920. Like, I said, bro, you ain't hear about these cops right here. These cops vicious. The LA cops, the New York cops, they ain't got nothing on cholesterol oxidative products. I promise you. Cholesterol oxidative products are monsters.
Myron!
Man!
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody read those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday, 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't no, this ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about?
Yo, and just as that's on, somebody comes to my door. Yeah. Ooh. Bowling. Yeah. I got me a supply and demand book. Okay. Did not have that. And of course, GOAT material. Right now, the funny thing is, check this out. This 40-day book gets even more important because here's the thing. The 40-day fast book now becomes more important because one of the main aspects of science that we get into in this book that we've never discussed before is molecular hydrogen and eumelanin. And the reason why I have this conversation in this book is because y'all know how we do, right? These books, okay, so let me say this. This book right here and the book about the kidneys that I'm talking about, these are separate books, right? But these books are from the original series. So I'm not sure if y'all are checking that out on Amazon or what, but these are from Melanin vs. Diabetes. So you got Melanin vs. Diabetes, book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4, book 5, book 6. And then I believe this is book 7 or 8. If this one is 8, the kidney book is number 7. Yeah. If the kidney book is 7, then this is 8. But these are from the original series. These are from the original series, the very first series, Melanin vs. Diabetes, because of, you know, the context of the information that's in there. This right here, this is my second family series. Just the first one, though. I haven't, you know. So we got Generational Health series. That's complete. That's out, right? The Family Chemistry. Generational Health, that's the Family Chemistry books. Those is out, right? But this is the graduation from the Generational Health series, right? This is the next level to that. So far, we only got one of these, right? So far, we only got one of these. But that Generational Health series, you better get that for every kid that's asking for a gift. Every kid that's asking for a gift, you better get them that whole collection right there. Or, hey, get the whole collection and give each, break it down. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's how you got to do this thing here. Listen, in that 40-day book, we go into the relationship of eumelanin with molecular hydrogen, because besides making blood, besides cleaning blood, besides regulating blood pressure, blood pH, besides, just all of the mom type of jobs that the kidney has, I would say the most momly, the most motherly job the kidney has is doing the laundry, right? And the laundry is a part of the filtering thing, but it's very specific because I don't do laundry like my mom. Like when I was a kid, my mom went through every single item. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what your kidney do, all the way down to the molecular level. Think about that. Our eyes are not even strong enough to see an atom or a molecule, but your kidney is that sensitive that it's molecule by molecule grabbing all of the positive hydrogen ions, right? Those are the things that make up acid. So a lot of times people say, oh yeah, the urine is acids, but it's not exactly mostly acid. There are acids in it, but the main thing is the positive hydrogen ions, which collectively you could call an acid, but technically they sending them, you know, like that, one at a time. They going through the conveyor belt. And as the kidney is taking each molecule of acid basically and dropping that to the bladder for the urine and all that, it's grabbing every molecule from over here of what's this thing? Base. I'm about to say biochemistry. From your mucous membrane, we're talking about the bicarbonates, right? And most of your bicarbonates, right? Like we think of sodium bicarbonates, right? But when you look at the kidney diet warning list, and my kidney diet warning list is a little more strict than what doctors currently give out, because the standard for doctors across the board regarding kidneys is phosphorus, potassium, and sodium. Yeah, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, protein, and water. Those are that's going to show up on everybody's, like every hospital, every doctor, they all got their little nuanced chronic kidney disease, you know, do's and don'ts, right? Because you don't want to die immediately, right? If you have too much potassium, you eat too many bananas, you know, bananas can kill you at this point. So this is the other thing about this, is making the kidneys go bad. This is where it gets even crazier. Means that certain foods that may have been nutritious, you got to stay away from. So you thinking, oh man, I need to flush my kidney, I'm about to go drink me some water. If you got kidney issues, you can't even drink the same amount of water as me. I could drink a gallon a day, 2 gallons a day, you know. You can't do that. Something going on with your kidney. If you go past 20, 30 ounces of water, you might put yourself in a situation. And this is how it gets crazy, because the situation pops up. It creeps up. The disease creeps up sometime with no symptoms. And you just out and about doing your thing. 2 bottles of water got you on your back. You don't even realize it's the water. Or salad or whatever. You wouldn't got you a regular burger, the burger you've been eating for 40 years already. The same old thing you eat every time. Your body can't handle that protein. That kidney can't handle that protein. See, what you didn't know is every time you had that burger, you may have took your kidney down 0.5% in function. 25%, maybe 10%, maybe 5%, right? Maybe 1%. How about that? Take you 100 times to have that burger to drop 1 whole kidney percent. Maybe, I'm just saying, just to give you an idea of how it takes a long time to slowly but surely etch little sand, little rat, little just weather away at a thing.
And so that's what's actually happening, is your kidney is silently being weathered away. And that's what I'm saying. We can't even play with these people, bro. It's going to be mad people to drop dead over the holiday that you know. I ain't saying it's your fault, but listen, knowledge gives you responsibility. Knowledge gives you responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the easiest way I can be a good helper. I could be a good coach. I could be a good trainer or a good leader or a good spokesman for the movement. Because I can't stress this enough. Being a good coach, leader, father, business owner, whatever, it just means that in the teaching capacity, what you share and what you teach has to make it easier for the next person to be successful. So, the body language book. Here we go. The body language makes it easier for you to communicate with your doctor, no matter what's going on. It may not even be what you're dealing with. You might took your babies to the doctor, or you might have took your dog to the vet. You need to understand this body language. So you know, okay, okay, let me do this and let me do that. I had to put a long list inside the kidneys book because I'm trying. I told you I was trying to work on me, and I don't want to, because people saying like, yo, you be hating sometimes, and I don't be thinking, whatever, but I'm trying to be more positive, working on me. So by 2025, I could just be a whole more positive, new version of myself, right? But, I had seen a couple of brothers that had recommended some herbs, and I'm like, ooh. And then I seen this video with a sister that's not, she just out on YouTube, in the YouTube world, doing some tea. She got one of them tea pages. But anyway, she was talking to somebody, and the person has said they got diabetes and kidney issues and high blood pressure. And she recommended that they go to the supermarket and get that damn weight loss tea. And so and she recommended the weight loss tea interchangeably with the term detox. I'm like, oh my God, we're embarrassingly dumb. It's like, yeah, it sounds like you need a detox because look, I got that ballerina tea from the supermarket. It's about $7, and I'm telling you, it's gonna clean you out, girl, and woo, 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 woo. I'm saying to myself, listen to this conversation. I hope that girl didn't listen to her and go buy that tea, because she might die. If you have high blood pressure or diabetes, high blood pressure, diabetes, obviously cardiovascular disease and some other things are directly related as well too, but I just want to stick on these, right? So don't judge me, but diabetes, high blood pressure is the circulatory system. So if you got a bad circulatory system, right, then you can't just eat regular bad food or even regular good quality, healthy, nutritious food. Because the thing that sorts your food and your nutrition and your waste and all that is not fully working. And every day you losing function. Every day, right now, you running around rubbing your lower back. You buying Dones pills. How you know that lower back pain is lower back pain? I'm just asking. How do you know?
that your lower back pain is lower back pain. How you know that's not your kidneys back there? I'm just saying. You know, sometimes erectile dysfunction can also be a kidney. Yeah, I think kidney regulate that water. So if you having low, how do we say that respectfully? If the volume of your semen ejaculated is a lot lower, and it's on your first ejaculation, you know, every ejaculation within 24 hours, it gets less and less fluid. It gets, but if that first one is like something's up, you discolored or it's too small, or listen, anything involving water in the body involves the kidneys, right? The lymphatic system is plugged into the back of the kidneys, basically. You know what I'm saying? Not directly, but basically, right? Because water comes in the body through the, you know, digestive, well, depending on, I say, digestive system, circulatory system. Then we go interstitial fluid, connective tissue, fascia, cells, you know, and its cleaning, delivery capacity. Then the water comes back and is drained through the filtration, your sewer system, your plumbing system in your body, through the lymph nodes. That's the washer. In fact, your lymph nodes is like the washing machine when it's going like real fast. That last rinse and cleansing, that stage. Then after that, the lymphatic system dumps all of that fresh, cleaned water into the circulatory system so it could go back through the body all over again, right? But everything that goes through the circulatory system, the kidneys have to. So a part of taking care of the kidneys is also taking care of the lymphatic system, which is why, this is why the books are written a certain way, but also the reason why it seems like it's a kind of crazy what we got going on, but it's really the only way to work with the body. And it's actually like almost magic in a way. I kid you not. The books all work in a way that's almost kind of like magical, because every book is going to have a reference to the other material that you need for that material. So you can't be thinking kidney health unless you're thinking diabetes health also. And a part of that is obviously lymphatic system. So you got to get that lymphatic system. Like, you got to build this knowledge, because your body, like, it's crazy how in the holistic universe, we all say that the body is one thing. We complain about academia because academia wants to separate, compartmentalize your body. Something's wrong with the heart, the trauma is localized to the heart exclusively. Whereas a holistic person sees the trauma may be localized to the heart, but this is a systemic, at the minimum, issue. You know, maximum whole body, right? So we have to think of that at all times. It's like we conceptually agree and even ascribe to that philosophy, but in real time, it doesn't play out. Right? In real time, it doesn't play out. We immediately break the body down in our mind, especially when we're panicking and we start thinking this thing working over here by itself, and boom, boom, boom. And that is a helpless state of thinking, because we're going to go through this all over the holidays. We're going to be killing this information over the holidays, right? Try to save some lives, save some souls, and clean our soul in the process, because that's how you clean your soul. When you help other people with certain things, like things that extend their lives and things like that, that's how you help clean your personal soul, right? So it's healing all the way around is going on, right? So we got to pump this information out there. But
if we accept that chronic kidney disease cannot be healed, cured, or reversed, which we've accepted that. The thing is, if we look at the three causes, diabetes, high blood pressure, and being black, scientifically, I'm not sure if I can cure being black, right? Because I have a definition for what that means as black people, but I'm not sure that my definition of black people fits everybody's. Because I just told you, I did a survey and got a different answer. The first 20 people I asked that question, they all had a different answer. Some people went as far as to tell me the original 12 tribes of the Israelites in the Bible is the black people and everybody else is the white people and the savages and the Indian, no. You got the black people, God's children, then you got the white folks, the really smart, blessed folks, and then you got the other people was the savages like the Chinese and the Indians and this and that. I'm like, interesting. Then you have philosophies where black people are anybody that's indigenous. So that means black people are not isolated to America, the American experience, or even American diet. So that's what I'm saying. So this black people thing, like I said, we're going to have to wrestle with that and come to some conclusion. We need some conclusion, right? Even if the conclusion is that black means something different in every different venue. And if that's the case, then we need to be educated on when it's beneficial for us to be black people and when it's not, right? Standing in the hospital or the courtroom, black definitely, I have to acquiesce and say that if I'm standing in the hospital or courtroom, black means death. If I'm in a science classroom, black gives you everything to be proud of. The moment you go talk to a doctor, though, the doctor going to tell you, oh, well, your penis probably stopped working. You know, your vagina too. Your sexual organs probably stopped working about 25. You know, we got some pills for that. We got some pills for that. We have some implants, some pills, your kidneys and your pancreas probably stop working by about 40, though. Probably about 40. Yeah. Heart disease set in about 50. And they got this whole little menu and map of diseases and profits that each one is going to, how much money they're going to get off you every month and all that stuff is. So I'm just saying, we got to figure this stuff out. You know exactly what that causes. See, now we had this conversation. We start getting this awareness out there. You see, we got to start getting this awareness out there. That's really the cheat code. That's why you got the books, because it's not just the awareness, right? Because you can talk like right now. If I stop this video, enough. If you watch this video 2-3 times to go have a conversation on this kidney thing anywhere with anybody in the world. The problem is if they start asking you questions about what to do next. Okay, now we know that. Well, what do we do to fix it? What are the actual mechanisms? Because I know if you asking what is the actual mechanisms, I know you already know, Dr. Inky, because we've been watching you trap folks by asking people questions that they don't have the answer to, but you already have the answer to in advance. We've been watching you do that for about 15 years. So yeah, if you're asking that question, we know that you have the answer, right? Or some part of the answer, right? Some portion of the answer, right? So that's the other thing. And then we have to be able to borrow degrees. I want y'all to understand something. When you have one of these books, you're like a deputy doctor
And I don't mean like a deputy Dr. Inky doctor, like a deputy guy with gold teeth that's a certified naturopath. Like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying when you have these books, you are like deputy medical doctors, deputy surgeons, deputy microbiologists. What you talking about, Inky? How do we become deputies when we get these books? Well, how does a deputy become a deputy when you're talking about sheriffs and deputies? How does that work? Somebody qualified says, hey, we need some help. So here, take this badge. This badge here, it's not like my badge. I have a sheriff's badge. Take this badge. This is not even a deputy sheriff's badge. You got the temporary joint. We're going to make you a temporary deputy here. This means that you're acting and the things that you're saying are being defined by my expertise, right? So that's why you got all them articles in there, right? So you ain't becoming my deputy. You getting them articles so you could be the deputy of, you know, for instance, if we go in the 40-day, let's find us an article. Did we get some science somewhere? Okay. If you go to page 186, we look at an article about bacteria, right? And the article is written by Yasuki Ichikawa, Haru Yamamoto, Shinichi Hirano, Bunpei Sato, Yoshiyasu Takifuji, and Fumitaki Sato. Right? So now I can say what I'm, if obviously, you know, speaking on this, but I can say woo, 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 and then I could back it up. Here's the book, here's the science, here's the information, and here's what the official sources are saying. Here's what the official doctors at Harvard or doctors in Japan or Tokyo or Germany or Mount Sinai or Stanford, or this is what they're saying. So it's not me. I'm communicating. I'm teaching you. Because that's what these all are. Courses and curriculums. Courses and curriculums. So now you got this. Yeah, that's the whole cheat code. And that's why I try to make the covers as exciting as possible, relevant to the subject matter, so that when you out somewhere with the book can get questions. Yeah, I've sold my book on the spot and reordered it for people sometimes. Yeah, I've been places, like maybe on a train or somewhere, plane, train, wherever. I'm reading a book. What's that? Ooh, oh, this book is about this and this and this and this. Oh, really, man? Who wrote that? Where can I get one? Da, 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 da. Man, you can. Now, obviously, now it's Amazon. Probably wouldn't have to do nothing like that. But before, making it myself, shipping it myself and all that, I'd be like, man, listen, you want this one? You want this one? Yeah, I'll just buy me another one. That's the price right there. That's why I had the price to the Eat Right for Your haplotype on the book, so that people wouldn't think that if you was ever in one of those scenarios, they'd be like, no, no, this is the price right here. So what you trying to do? No? All right. All right. Yeah. We all the way overseas. We got Sweden watching. So this is what I was talking about with the OGs last night.
And I think that's a very interesting topic, because here on this panel or on the platform, we often talk about holidays and the significance of holidays. So very interesting topic this evening. So I want to share some things about Dr. Inky. First of all,
Charles get more than an interview.
Show.
Oh Lord, that's crazy. Home, I done got 40,000 for an interview.
Damn.
I went to California last year. right after the BET Awards, man. I was right, man, 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love, love and faith, believe and love.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Holiday health. And I think that's a very interesting topic because here on this panel or on the platform, we often talk about holidays and the significance of holidays. So very interesting topic this evening. So I want to share some things about Dr. Inky. First of all, he been on this show twice, and I want to share the 2 times that he's been on. So if anybody is interested, they could go and check that out. This is the wrong thing. This is Dominique DePrima. Get to the correct information here. Okay. Okay, this is our YouTube channel, Community Education Network. And right here in the center here, this is the first time Dr. Inky came on. And the topic was melanin versus diabetes. And then the second time, that was 4 months ago, and he came on about a month after. And it was melanin concentrating hormone. If you check out our channel, we have plenty of videos related to health, and that's Dr. Inky's specialty. And we have 300.
Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said.
700,
it's melanin and biochemistry.
Videos. And then also we started a new series, which is right here, to the right here of the screen, Message to the Black Diaspora. It's a collection of podcast personalities that we put together.
My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life.
You know,
help us make America great again.
And I'm gonna be honest, I put a lot of attention on the diabetes part because as far as I'm concerned, we knock out the diabetes, we get the blood sugar under control, we got the kidneys under control. But there are a lot of people that are dealing with this issue that don't know it's an issue. So we have to have the conversations and share the books. We have to share the books because people have to have the instructions. Nobody knows how to work their body. More people right now know about Diddy's personal business than they own.
Dr. Inky, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I just pulled it up on Google. Being Black, Native American, or Asian American.
There you go.
That's on Google.
Yeah, and that's just the first. That's just the first thing right there. That's so, and that's the Mayo Clinic. So that ain't no. This is just what it is. And let me see what the other answers are. Let me see. Family history of kidney disease. That's genetic. Abnormal kidney structure. That's also genetic. Yeah. So when you line them things up, you see diabetes, high blood pressure right there, top 2. Then you see smoking and obesity, but smoking and obesity is what contribute to the high blood pressure and the diabetes. So those are almost redundancy. Because if you are obese and you don't have anything else going on, like you get your blood checked regularly and you exercise and all that, your blood is going to be clear. You're not going to have kidney problems. So it's more about the thing that's making you fat and how your body is processing energy, which is the thing that's causing the problem to the kidney, than necessarily just the kidney. Because originally, you know, like back in the early kidney research, you know, they just blamed it all on protein and said, you know, let's, you know, they start taking folks off of, like, even now, if you go to the doctor with kidney disease, they're going to, okay, you got to stop eating all that animal, no meat. So all of the folks, you know, here's the thing. Let me just say this as a sidebar, right? Because I get a lot of people that, they don't want the discipline. They don't want to change the diet. They don't want to upgrade their lifestyle, right? And so, you know, there's a lot of pushback. And
Dr. Inky?
Let me just say this.
Okay.
If you need something, and I'm not talking to the people on the panel, I'm talking about the people at home that's going to hear this and share this. If you need something to like be a common sense, matter of fact kind of compass to point you in the right direction, just think about this. If you go to the doctor and the doctor tells you you have cancer, the doctor's going to tell you this. He's going to tell you a lot of things, but he's also going to tell you this. You need to eat less meat, eat more plants, and exercise more. Doesn't matter which cancer you got. He's going to tell you that. If you have the kidney disease, they're going to say you need to eat less meat, more vegetables, and exercise more. If you have diabetes, they're going to say less meat, more vegetables, exercise more. If you obese, they're going to say less meat, more vegetables, exercise more. If you have erectile dysfunction, less meat, more plants, exercise more. So my thing is, I don't see the pushback when we come with that core basic part that we all know we're supposed to be doing, that we all kind of, you know, I'm probably the furthest from perfect, you know, like I spend so much time writing these books. I have nasty habits. While the habits are great that I have for writing a book, they're not necessarily good for my health, right? But, you know, it's a give and take. So we all have these challenges of working stuff into our life and all that, but this is an urgent problem, family. There's 1,000 people a day that didn't even previously have symptoms are dropping dead. And that's just in America. Every country got stats like
Man, the gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Juices, beers, sodas, all that is made with tap water.
Hi, are you from the
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Nice to meet you in person. You know, I came all the way from Ohio.
To Philly?
To Philly. I'm from Philly, but I live in Ohio, and I bought quite a few of your DVDs.
We just was out there doing some lectures. You ain't know about it?
And I did not know anything about.
Hold on, D-Lo. D-Lo.
I did not know anything.
So wait a minute.
I had to come all the way
D-Lo.
to the Turnpike to know that you were in my hometown down the street from me.
This is a problem for people. Brother D-Lo Morgan.
And what do you know? I find you in Black and Nobel.
Yes.
Where I
Here, Black and Nobel. Sundays, 1 p.m., minister will be in the building.
Every time I come.
Books, herbs, DVDs, everything will be in the building. So.
Now, the one that I really like the most is the one about the Sunday. Now, the one the DVD that I really like the most is the one about the cellular water.
I bet you didn't know that your favorite coffees, juices, beers, sodas, all that is made with tap water. Yes, ma'am.
I love that.
With the aborted kidney cells. And
yes, and that makes me another point because I was talking to somebody and I was wondering about Pepsi.
yes.
And I remember that, I was in love with Pepsi for years. And I wasn't in love with Pepsi until I moved to Ohio.
Blind trust.
And it's so addictive.
Blind trust.
I really told, the case today I used to buy with my ex-husband because he popped it in the can. I said, now I only have 12 left. So when I did the
Wait, you only have 12 cans left.
I got 12 left.
Oh my God. Till the morning.
Literally. And I put on 80 pounds. Wow. Just drinking the Pepsi. And all the Pepsi that I drank ruined my thyroid. It ruined my thyroid. So they didn't use the whole Pepsi. They won't do it.
And what's happening is, if you've been studying the books, you see.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
That woman lost 63 pounds. And when I say 63 pounds, I know y'all listening to, you got the DVDs and blah, blah, blah. Listen, literally not even 1% of the information that I have today, I had then. So it's not even close. And I'm saying with a fraction of what y'all getting in these books. She, 63 pounds, changed her whole life. Drove across the country to come see me and tell me the story. I'm just saying. And that's a minute ago. I just got to get into these archives because I'm trying to do something over there with the Patreon. I really appreciate y'all patience for that. But the Patreon getting ready to turn into like a whole online university. So you may not be able to see what's going on, but trust me, we working, and this is about to drop down, and we're about to pull that whiteboard back out. So you yeah, I'm gonna tell you like a player told me, huh? We about to pull that whiteboard back out. Like that ain't. We about to get into that bag. So. It's a process, guys. We just really got to attack this thing as best as we can, though. Cash apps. We got to get the cash apps in. Even if I don't make a video, I still need that support. We got to get you guys up to date on your detoxes. It's flu season. I'm not getting enough people grabbing that detox right now. Between August and November is flu season. It's hurricane season. The hurricane is a big surprise to nobody that knows that it happens every year. Like, this is what happens, right? And with that comes new infections and new panic and new questions, and people are going to be saying this and that, and people will be trying to monetize and da-da-da-da-da-da. What will you be doing? Will you have the information? Because let me tell you what we do in this book, in the 40-day book, right? There's 3 things that I want you to do. First of all, even though it's personalized, the journal that I put to you in the front of the book is worth like $50. If I sold you a journal
like a Dr. Inky 40-day fruit fast journal. There's no information and no science. I should be able to get $30, $40 just for that journal for you to keep all your studies and information in. Because if you don't take good notes, then you don't learn good. Right? So you got that. Now, mind you, the journal is not counted. So it's not a part of your page count. You know what I'm saying? You still got page 1 and go up after the journal. The journals are Roman numerals, but I'm just saying that journal got a value by itself. People buy journals, right, for valuable notes. So if you're not a student, like a life student, you probably don't know this part of the game, but all real true students get journals. Me, right here while I'm talking to y'all, right here while I'm talking to y'all, I could just show you like a pile of them because they sitting right here. This is how I go through and grab stuff for the books and all that, because I got it written down in journals, and I got like stacks of paper like this, so much that it's in a garbage bag, or like it's crazy. So there's that, right? But if we go to page, that's the sickle cell. Hold on. Because if we go, okay, so it starts like, if we go to page 11, right? So bottom of page 9, we kind of start with our lab class. So it actually starts in the beginning of the book. Page 9, 10. By the time you get to page 11, now you're actually looking at a timeline for disease. And it's an important timeline. I'll go over and tell you after, right? It's quick. It's not that long. It's just a few little things, right? In 1937, they discovered that human mammary tumor virus caused breast cancer. In 1964, they discovered that herpes 4, or EBV, causes lymphoma cancer. In 1960, they discovered that hepatitis B causes liver or hepatocellular carcinoma. That's a type of liver cancer. In 1980, they discovered that HTLV1 virus also can cause lymphoma. In those 4 sentences, do you know how much information is right there? In those 4 sentences, just those 4, you loaded. I should be able to have those 4 sentences written down on a piece of paper and charge people $500 to have a classroom and just pass them those 4 sentences and spend 2 hours and discuss those 4 sentences, and then boom, you're good. You pay for your credit. $500. Get up out of here. But instead, I'm giving y'all $300, $400, $500 textbooks for $30. Right? I'm telling y'all, listen. And only because I love y'all. Because y'all building this with me. Right? With your support. The products, AmericanHealer.website, the Patreon, the Cash App. Because y'all building it with me. That's why it's like this. But there will be a point coming where I'm going to have to put something closer on these books to the right prices. So that means the book that might be $10 or $15, it might be $30. A book that's $30 might go up to $70 or $80. A book that's $100 might be $300 because that's the actual price of the book. So at some point, I got to put them for the general population to the right price. So Amazon can start to categorize them how they're supposed to be categorized. So I'm trying to learn some stuff about Amazon as a platform. And what they do is they put your book based on the category it's in and the price that it's in a certain marketing dynamic.
So right now, I'm not getting any benefit from their marketing dynamics because I have my books pulled. You can't have a biochemistry book in a space with the textbooks that's $200 and yours is not that. Period. You can't put no book right there and think, oh, I'm gonna just put a biochemistry book up there next to all other biochemistry books. I'm gonna charge $5 for mine. All other books is $180, $280, $380. I'm gonna put mine up there for $5. Everybody gonna buy mine, nobody else's. No. Everybody's gonna assume that you're either a fraud, you're running a con, you're running a prank, you're just playing. Like maybe that's not a book, it's just a picture. Like they don't know what that is, but they know that ain't no real book for no 5, 10, 20. They know that. So it can't go in the spaces that it has to go into to get the claim and the momentum, et cetera, et cetera. So this is really by us, for us right now. We got to use this holiday as a vehicle to be able to get the information out. You have to do this. To make sure as many people as possible make it to January. January is, you believe it or not, this is the longest 2.5 month stretch that we have in the on Earth, right? That's why it was marked with celebrations and feasts. Every society had a feast for getting through the winter solstice or equinox. You know what I'm saying? Like however you want to view that. You know what I'm saying? Some people view it based on the sun, declination, Some people, the sun has, returned, blah, 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 whatever you're looking at. The day it dropped, the 22nd, the day it come back, 25th, 27th, depending on the year, whatever. The point is, our immune systems collectively around the globe are the weakest. That's just how the cycles work, right? In that December, January time period. And then corresponding to that is, it's almost like a death run, because it's like starting on October, starting Halloween, you get prepared to possibly die. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those American Ninja obstacle courses. They want to see if you can make it through, right? But you got to play along. So starting Halloween, you got to have all you can eat sugar, mess up your blood sugar, high blood, all you can eat sugar. Whoop. Not only all you can eat sugar, but we actually are going to celebrate demons and killing and witches and eating people and all kinds of debauchery to start off the death season, right? It's death season. We're going to start it off with a celebration and feed everybody the most dangerous substance, unlimited capacity for this holiday, which is sugar. There's nothing that has taken more lives than sugar. And that's a statistical fact. Nobody can debunk that. Like nobody can do it. Like, remember, alcohol is sugar, right? And now we have a lot of other things that are associated with sugar. Diabetes, and look at all the things associated with diabetes. We got the brain disease associated. Nothing is more linked to, nothing has caught more bodies on earth than sugar. We start that up. We're going to open up the death celebration with a maximum sugar overload and pure madness. Right? And then we're going to go, once we get initiated, Halloween, well, now we're going to give thanks. Now we're going to give thanks. Right? Who's coming? Who's next up on Christmas? That's why they got all those old stories about Santa, Satan, Santa, all of those myths and narratives and conspiracy theories. And, there's always, when there's smoke, there's fire. So the idea is you start with the demons, right? You start with the demons, then you give thanks to God. So Thanksgiving is God, right? And then after that, well, you hung out with the demons, you hung out with God, right? Now you get to hang out with the devil, Satan himself, on the darkest day of the year because the sun is at its weakest. So now you get to hang out with the devil, and it's almost like you have a little trip. It's designed like almost like a physical trip because New Year's Eve, now you get returned back. Should you have made it? Should you have made it through Mission Impossible? Right? So it's the time when the most porn, sex, etc. is consumed, the pressure, the suicides, it's all, So this is our time period. This is our time period. And it happens to be a super controversial presidential election year. So there is a lot of inflation, so a lot of things. Right. But let's go back to these 4 sentences. Y'all know how I be talking, Yeah. 1937, they discovered the human mammary tumor virus causes breast cancer. Okay, stop right there. So what does that mean? Okay, in 1937, whether they have changed their stance or not, in 1937, because right now, people are being told that they don't know where breast cancer comes from. There was a space, what was that, 90s, early 2000s, the lingo was BRCA1, BRCA2. That was the lingo. More research, numbers. So going, wait a minute. Everybody that has breast cancer doesn't have BRCA1 or BRCA2 gene. That is a problem. That is a big problem, right? And then the second thing, which made that even worse. So the first part is everybody with breast cancer does not have the BRCA1 or BRCA2 gene, which means however they got breast cancer is different than the BRCA1, BRCA2 gene theory, right? The next problem comes in with the fact that not everybody that has a BRCA1 or BRCA2 gene develops cancer. Breast cancer, rather. So not only do you have breast cancer folks don't have these genes, but then you have people that do have these genes that never get the breast cancer. So now, go back to the drawing board again. Right? Go back to the drawing board again, right? So now it's up. If you're asking for the exact cause of breast cancer, they don't know. They're going to circle you from breast cancer, which is a specific question, dance you back a bit, and then have an indirect answer and start talking about cancer causes. And they may have a conversation with you on it. Depends on when your doctor graduated school. You know what I'm saying? If your doctor graduated in maybe the 80s or the 90s, they're probably going to start talking to you about initiators and promoters. If your doctor graduated maybe early 2000s, he's probably going to start talking to you about, how do they phrase this shit? He's probably going to go into Thomas Seyfried. I say Seyfried to remember it. Fried chicken. Seyfried. Thomas Seyfried is the GOAT. He's the GOAT. When we had the Prism Network, right? For people that was members over there, we used to promote that book hard. Like you couldn't come in, you wouldn't be able to follow the convo unless you wrestle with that. And I only know like 1 or 2 people that was able to successfully read that book. It's a difficult book. You literally need to read a book like that with your reference book right next to it. See this right here? This is the Melanin versus Diabetes movement. This is our reference book. That's what this is. Inside this book, you have not all, but you have a lot of the terminology that's used in the hospital settings. We even have an initial conversation in this book in Spanish. In case we have Spanish folks watching or people who got Spanish parents, you want to be able to open up a conversation with them or have them do it with the doctor, etc. That's in here. The terminology's in here. Just the science surrounding IVs and shots and colds and infections and all of those things. So you get a basic understanding. You got You 90% of the way right there once you got that understanding. yo, that's the king earner. Once you got that understanding. Yo, I was a king earner hater initially because he was saying some crazy stuff about the sea moss. I had to jump on him and kind of, like, yo, hold on. I know you Philly, I know I'm New York, but I am the OG of that. What you trying to do right there in Philly? I'm Black and Nobel. Like Tyson and Hawk, they not Black and Nobel when it comes to the holistic healing. They the bosses, the founders, the owners, but that's not what Hawk anyway. But no, that's me. You running. So anyway, shout out to King Ernie. He's doing some good stuff out there in Philly. Right. Back to the work. Right. So one sentence. 1937, they discovered the human mammary tumor virus causes breast cancer. Okay. What? I will see what I could do. I will see what I could do. I got to open up some of my books. In fact, you might have some solutions in the Eat Right for Your Haplotype book. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose everybody. I just got a text from Ireland, right? A brother's asking, I'm going to read this out loud. Right? This is from Ireland, right? Brother asked from Ireland. He said, if anyone has any resources to share on chelation of uranium from the body, please share. I have friends in Beirut. It's not real. It's raining uranium. Oh, maybe that's a typo. Maybe Israel is raining uranium and asbestos down on them. Primarily, I'm thinking high antioxidants. I want to put care packages together and send on a scale to war zones with relief groups. I'm thinking sea veggie is going to play a part. Yo, that is a... Do y'all see what... Hold on. Whoa. Do y'all see what kind of people we attract? Listen, this is what I'm saying. This is how we got to do this. This is why you got to get these people the information. If you don't change your mind, you can't change your life, right? Because what you think, right? Think about that. What you think is what you're going to discuss, right? The electromagnetic waves that you add to the wave guide around the earth where our communication resides, i.e. Tesla, i.e. What's my man, the Italian dude, what was his name? Moroni, that discovered the radio between him, Moroni, something. The radio guys, two guys, one in Italy, one over here. Listen, we already know, and now the science thing got crazy. We know this. Listen, if you got the movement book, then if you don't have the movement book, see, I got to keep referencing the material so you know where to find this info. Anyway, so this is just the type of people we attract. You know what I'm saying? You think a thing and you think it enough, you're going to start to say that thing. That's that. And once you start saying it, because you're now making a contract with yourself and everybody that hears you, what follows what you're saying is now what you're doing. Because now you got to be about what you've been saying. Now you got to live out what you've been saying. So you thought it, you said it, now you're doing it. Guess what? Now you're magnetizing. Now you're attracting those things. Now you've made yourself the piece with the magnetic. You know how you take a cloth and you rub it up on something and you get the friction and the friction start attracting stuff? Well, this is that process of friction right here. The thinking. Your neurons, that's how they fire. That's how they fire. It's literally resonance and friction. So now you're going to take this, bring this down here, channel this out to the world. Now you're going to start to attract people towards you from global that you're not going to see in a number. Because if you look at the numbers on my page, you say, them little tiny views right there. He ain't saying, well, right now we in Sweden and we in Ireland, and we got the folks from Ireland trying to help out the folks in Israel and the Middle East. So we global. This ain't and the things that, and this is why sometimes this is why I get attacked personally, because as a healer, I can't pick like that. So that's another reason why I got to vent. And they be like, Inky, you be saying so much negative stuff. It's hard to come over there and get my healing because so much negative stuff when you're talking about the brothers who be frauding and tricking folks and da-da-da-da. I'm like, sometimes I need y'all to help me out. Sometimes I just got to vent to get it out of me and just talk to y'all and just get it out, and that's my therapy sometimes, talking to y'all, right? But we've got to deal with this, right? So this is a beautiful thing. We have this real-time example. If anyone has any resources to share on chelation of uranium from the body, please share. I have friends in Beirut. It's not real. It's raining uranium and asbestos down on them. Primarily, I'm thinking high antioxidants. I want to put care packages together and send them to scale to war zones and relief groups. I'm thinking sea veggie is going to play a part. That's a certified fact. Sea veggie is going to definitely play a big part, but then there's some other stuff that's going to play a role that I'll hit you after the video, so we not putting that on the video, right? Before we even get ours out, 10 people going to have theirs out. They're like, oh, you heard what Inky doing next? Go start that up. Like, relax. You know what I'm saying? So, but nah, we definitely on that. So shout out to the team out there in Israel watching us. Gotta get to this work. All right. So in 1964, so that was 37, right? So 37, human mammary tumor virus, breast cancer. That's on the records. 64, they discovered that herpes 4 or EBV causes lymphoma cancer. Excuse me. So now what do you get from this sentence? Well, one thing is that there's a whole lot bigger universe of herpes than what you've been scared up about. So you heard herpes 1, herpes 2, and it's a death sentence because you can't never cure it and get rid of it and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a whole family of herpes. And some of them got different names, so you won't even know it. Because you might go somewhere and they be like, oh, that's EBV. And yeah. Or because they want to be sensitive to a particular community, because there's different types of people that get different types of diseases, they would like to say Epstein-Barr virus as opposed to saying herpes, because that general idea that we have of herpes will be highly inflammatory to this community if we said that this community has herpes. But let me show you what I'm saying. This is where it gets crazy. And it's like I was saying, this is how I be getting in beef sometimes, because I'm the guy that beat with everybody. I was over there in Clubhouse, and I'm in one room on Clubhouse, and then one brother I know start exposing another brother I know. I'm like, oh my God, why am I here right now? Because I know one way or another, they getting ready to throw me in this. Like I'm with this guy or that guy. And as a healer, listen to what I tell you. You cannot choose. You can't pick and choose. As a healer, if you a black militant and you get a KKK person asking you for help, you still got to take care of them best of your ability like you would your mom or your daughter. That's why I'm saying I be needing to vent. Because see, I still got to help people, all types of people, but now I got to complain about these niggas at the bare minimum somewhere. Like I got to, so anyway, my bad. So, like, Inky, you're doing it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm out of there. Right? So here's EBV. Right? Here is EBV. Right? So if we look at EBV, right? Look at EBV. Let's stroll on down. Right? We look at all these. Now, these are the top. These are the top, you know, like top, what do they call it? Searches. These are the top searches. And not on any of these searches do I see, look at that. So all the way down to the bottom, and I didn't see one minute. Oh, right here. They got it right here. Right at the, yeah, it's tucked in. It's tucked in. It's tucked in. Yeah, it's tucked in. It's right here. I'm tripping. Bang. But like I said, they use that terminology because it could be seen as very, very inflammatory if we were to start like calling out whole races or, you know, families or cultures for having herpes. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, this ain't that. I was born with EBV. EBV is something that's genetic. You could be born with this. Be like, all right, listen, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but it's no way to get around this. This is just what it is. Right? This is just what it is. So we've got to start getting deeper into this stuff. And so we got labs that we're going to start. Like, well, we started one. Right. So you got the first lab is in this book. Right. So like I said, we start with some of the conversations on page 11. Right. And then we actually have a whole chapter titled The Lab. And in that chapter, we going all the way in. Right. But here still we with our 4 sentences. I still want to keep picking stuff out of this. So now, after I just went over the first 2 sentences again, right? The human mammary tumor virus and breast cancer in 37. And then in 64, they find out that herpes 4 causes lymphoma cancer. So outside of everything else, we see that there is a relationship of viruses to cancer. Viruses are causing cancers. So if the virus causes the cancer, is the cancer an infectious disease? Okay. Yeah, that's one of them brain busters right there. That you're gonna bust your brain on that. Just move on. Watch this one. In 1980, they discovered that HTLV1 causes lymphoma cancer. So now, if you compare the 1980 discovery with the 1964 discovery, what pops out at you is now you have 2 completely different viruses from 2 different types of viral families. These are totally different, unrelated. HTLV1 over there, herpes 4 way over there, totally different. How does 2 totally different viruses manage to cause the same form of cancer? Because both of these have been linked to lymphoma, right? So now we're learning that not only can a virus cause a cancer, but different types of viruses can cause the same cancer. See, I'm telling you, this is at another level than what we used to, because we got to start getting to the finer details. But y'all can't skip books and then just jump to this, so it's not going to make full sense because everything in the books is related. When you go through this book, it's going to say, please read or reread this right here. So you, right? The underworld of Osiris, Asar or Usir. The ancient description for the living world, too small for us to see. The environment is cellular, so we're talking about microbes. Microbes in the world of your tissues being described from the first person perspective. This is the biggest problem with ancient versus modern science. Validation. The ancients said they simply went on inner journeys to map the body. We can't accept that. Although we do accept their findings. Think about how crazy that is. Right now, we know modern medicine and surgery and all that is based on what the ancients left us as the foundation, right? So we go back to the ancients, they say that they was using drugs, meditation, things like that to go on inner journeys to map out the body. Okay. The problem is now we look back and go, oh, that's impossible. That can't be true. You go, okay, well, how do they know how the body works? Well, they didn't. Okay, so why are we still using the modalities? Well, because a lot of them actually worked. I'm like, wait, run that back for me again. I'm sorry, say that. He said none of them worked, but then you said most of them worked. Yeah, there's that, right? So you start to bump into, and that's where my favorite line from Ray comes in. Scratch a lie, find a thief, right? We start scratching these lies. Do you know that bacteria and viruses are your ancestors? The leftover genetic material of your ancestors in the history of life on Earth, in the food chain. The popular idea of bacteria and viruses being germs clouds the picture. The propaganda around bacteria and viruses is so crazy, people think they catch diseases, catch cancer, catch diabetes. You can only catch an infection, not a disease. Infection can and often lead to diseases, even cancers. But they are not the direct agents of chaos you've been brainwashed to believe. Bacteria are simply single-cell organisms. You could get more complicated with the definition, but this is helpful. Think of one little cell, and instead of joining others to make a heart or a big toe, it just stays solo. They usually live in colonies, though, right? So that right there is the seed for complex life, because those are the early tissues. The early tissues that became our flesh is the seed, is the algae. So when you see algae out on the ocean, right, and you see them like a big, like you'll just see the color. So you might see a big black spot or green spot or red spot. You see the big all together, that's a colony, right? And in that colony, they all working together, right? They all working together. And so these are the early templates that complex life used. These are facts. Bacteria are cells. A virus is an RNA or a DNA. That's genetic material, right? It doesn't have to be immediately more complicated than that. That allows you to understand why viruses are seen as dangerous. They are basically homeless people, right? Think of a homeless person, like a violent one, though. Viruses are like violent, wandering, homeless people. They steal whole houses. Bacteria can infect you and make you sick. A virus can infect you and make you sick. The methods by which you get sick And exactly what that sick is what's different between bacteria and viruses. A bacteria in your body, right, as a cell or a group of cells, well, those cells compete for the resources in your body, right? That's different than the virus. The virus, on the other hand, the virus wants to steal the actual cells, right? Because that's how the virus then creates its own cells. So bacteria is a foreign group of cells from outside the body that's just coming on into your body on their own. They might break in, barge in, or you might have a little cut, or you might be doing a little bit too much at the gym. And, you know, they've been there. Single cells, they covered in deep too. You know, they ready to go, you know. Bacteria. Virus, on the other hand, totally different, right? Virus has got to get in your body, usually through the nose or the mouth, right? But the virus got to get in your body, and then the virus got to find a weak group of cells that it could invade and then make its own, what? Single cell organisms. So bacteria, viruses, the war is happening where? At the level of the cell. That's where the war is happening, right? So you could think of your body cells as like the USS Enterprise, and then the bacteria cells, or the cells that, you know, the viral cells, you could think of those as like, you know, an enemy Klingon swarm coming in or something. I don't know. Yeah. You get the idea, damn it. All right. Bacteria kill cells by hogging resources, among other things. This is one of their main threats. Bacteria kill cells by hijacking the reproductive system, among other things. This is one of their main threats, right? Bacteria can get killed. Viruses cannot get killed, technically. Half the doctors say yeah, half the doctors say no. That life or death thing with the viruses, some doctors say it's a lot of, that's not what we're doing right now. Right? We're not having that debate. So we're just going to go with the 51% vote says, right? So a virus can only be deactivated or denatured or taken apart, right? But you can't kill something that wasn't alive. The methods the body must use to fight these different types of threats is different. This is why you got to do what? Respect the healer, not the shooter. Respect the healer, not a shooter. A cancer inside your body is the same. A shooter in your community. People in your community that are killing the other people in the community, that's the same as a cancer inside your body, killing the other cells. Respect the healer, not the shooter. Germs not only germinated all life on Earth, they maintain communication. Infection could be inspection. You heard that? Infection could be inspection. Nature checking to see if your vehicle, your spaceship, your body is road ready. That's how they test. When you got a car factory place, they make the cars. They got to test them cars before they road ready to see if they ready to take the bumps, the bruises, and, you know, the wear and tear. How would nature check your body? Let's just, I'm telling you what I think. If you got another idea, drop it in the chat or put it in the comment. If you watch this later, put it in the comment section. To me, that's the only way nature could inspect your vehicle and see how you've been taking care of it. You get a cold, you get infection, you get a virus, you get a bacteria, you get sick, right? Well, if you've been taking care of that vehicle, halfway decent, whatever you get, your body should be able to get rid of within reason, right? We're not talking about a 99-year-old man who just got infected with HIV or something crazy. Like, no. But in reality, you 40 years old, you 30, 50, stop it. 50 years old is the middle of life. You're supposed to be at your prime at 50, not slowing down, talking about, oh, I can't play basketball with my son because I'm 50. 50. Like, what the hell? What does that even mean? 50? Huh? This is prime time. So if you can't play now at 40 or 50, that means you didn't take care of that vehicle. And you might fail inspection. Because the next infection that if me and you get the same infection, I might be down in the bed for 2 days, 3 days, because I got blueprints and protocols and herbs and I got viruses and bacteria, they're not just running up on me. See, and this is where I guess I try to have other ways to engage other segments of our community because I'm from a lot of different places, and the button down and the jacket may confuse people sometimes. So I gotta elaborate in a way that people, because this is our family, right? And you've got young brothers that don't believe in getting caught lacking. Like, that's a saying. Don't get caught lacking. Don't get caught slipping. Slipping was the original. That's more like my age people. And then the 20-year-old people now, they don't get caught lacking, right? What that means for you folks that are too good to know what that terminology, that means don't get caught without a weapon on you to defend yourself should you get ran up on by some ops or some enemies. Now, philosophically, that is a great statement. Like, yeah, you kind of should be able to defend yourself. Like, any moment, it could get you a can of mace, get you some jujitsu, get you a dog. Like, you do need to collect some weapons and some, what's that? The little security pad on your door. Get the home, the Ring doorbell. Yeah, maybe a knife, a gun, a spear. I don't know, wherever you at, whatever's legal, or however you got to. Yeah, that's a good idea. But you got a lot of people that have burned this into their flesh, where this is the thing they live by. I ain't never getting caught lacking and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy, because if I ask these guys that say they never going to get caught lacking anything about herbs, if I go to their house right now, like I used to do back in the days, house calls. I go right into your kitchen, bathroom. I want to open up the medicine. I want to see what you got going on. It get crazy. So you got a whole culture of people that don't believe in getting caught lacking, and they all getting caught lacking every day. Because the real weapons you're supposed to have for your self-defense are biological and biochemical ones. You're going to be approached by literally millions and billions of bacteria and viruses every single day. You may get robbed, mugged, punched in the face, or have a fight in your life, depending on what your life look like. But that may happen, 2-3 times, or maybe 10 in your whole life, depending on what if you're in some bad spots, it could be a daily thing. You could have a fight a day. You know what I'm saying? We've, when I was, that's kind of, we've had some spots like that where it just was some really long summers. You know what I'm saying? So you can get the numbers up, but you see all this going on with your eyes, so it's confusing to you. The thing that you don't see is millions, even billions of attacks every single day by bacteria, viruses, mold, spores, fungus, all kinds of things. And guess what? You're getting caught lacking all the time. You gotta get these books. Because listen, let me say this. If we're talking about protection and defense, America has the #1 army in the world thus far, right? There may be some other camps out there that could, but we ain't seen that yet, right? China, Russia, all right, y'all, we ain't seen, we still them, right? So if you think about that, John Q. Public, if you ask him, well, what's the might of the American military? Now we know those black people that we don't know what the black people, we know that's the actual might of the military anyway. The throwaway people. The throwaway people changes as time goes on, right? Because now, quote unquote, black folks are no longer a part of the throwaway population, right? You've got immigrants coming from all directions that are now the throwaway population. You know what I'm saying? So, but all of these are things that we have to discuss these things. We don't discuss these things, right? And then my mind just makes me compare maybe some things that's crazy. That I guess maybe John Q. Public would not be comparing the biochemical weapons that you will supply your immune system with versus having a knife, a pepper spray, a gun, or some jujitsu lessons. But in my mind, though, these things are not only equivalents, but kind of backwards, because you need to focus more on what you're arming that bone marrow with. The bone marrow is going to make the B cells, the T cells, this one, that one, and all them the immune cells, right? And all of them is going to work in a secondary and tertiary to the OGs, the kingpins of the immune system, which are the melanocytes. See, that's another thing that is not in pop culture. If you hear with us studying, then yeah, you but the world don't. I still get people all the time, and I'm not talking about John Q. Dummy. I'm talking about people that think like, yo, I just graduated from such and such. Yo, I'm doing my undergrad over here, or I'm a medical student here, or I'm a doctor, or I'm a nurse for 10 years, and I ain't never heard of. I'm like, all right, well, just read it and weep. The melanocyte is the #1 dendritic cell. All the dendritic cells, secondary and tertiary to melanocytes. Why? See, if we hadn't started the revolution with melanin versus diabetes, with the pigment system, particularly in the skin, governing the metabolic system, circulatory system, etc., I don't think there would have ever been a wave of people trying to drown us out with the inflammaging terminology, where they now say, oh, inflammaging is the metabolic diseases from the skin. No, that's melanin versus diabetes. Stop playing with Dr. Inky. Don't hate on the waves. The waves only going to get stronger with time. The waves, they only going to get stronger with time. I got to keep working that brush. The brush, my ink pen, we're going to get to it. You're like, wait, did Inky just bring his haircut in? I told y'all like 2 weeks ago I was working on something. You can't really see it fully good yet, but it's gonna be good. It's gonna be nice. So I'm telling you, waves gonna be looking crazy. Like if I do like that, some of y'all might start vomiting. Like not right now, because like this ain't even fully waves. It's more like a light drizzle rain. Like it's a drizzle. You know what I'm saying? Like droplets, maybe, like just a little water. That's what I could call this. This water, but it's going to start to get way. 14 days, I'm telling you, somebody going to vomit. Give me 14 days, 21 days, about 21,000. What's that? 84,000 brushes. Give me 84,000. Give me roughly 100,000 brushes, and you'll see what it do. You'll see what it do. Anyway, back to live action. You can kill bacteria, not viruses. Germs not only germinated all life on Earth, they maintain communication. Infection could be inspection. Nature checking to see if your vehicle is road ready. Judge and jury too. Mosquitoes, or rather flies, are the apex predator on Earth for a reason. They carry and exchange genetic material amongst Earth life. They carry and exchange genetic material amongst the Earth life. Sick isn't the only reaction or response your body has to foreign genetic material. However, it's always a learning experience. A virus in a cell is worse than a kid in a candy store. And I mean a kid like baby goat. Viruses not only want to replicate, some viruses want to have sex with you first. They rape, then kill your cells. There are some that just rape cells, exchanging small segments of their genetic code with yours. This is why everyone has viral DNA. The viral segments of DNA can be researched via these terms: retroviruses and transposons. Human DNA is documented to be about 1/10 viral. All genetic material can be considered in some form a vessel of information. Full stop. 10% of your DNA is viral. That is crazy. If you subscribe wholeheartedly to the fact that these are little killers and the only thing these germs do is destroy life, blah, 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 then you got to ask yourself, how is it that they're part of your DNA? They are part of you. They're a part of you, literally. So how can you live and like, what is this? And where are they coming from? How do they even work themselves into the DNA? What are they doing there? Like, unless we get this light, electricity, and magnetism thing down pack, none of it makes sense, right? Because when we say information, that's cool. We know what that means, but we don't have a physical medium for that, right? What's the medium of information control or excuse me, information exchange? Meaning, I could give you a hard drive, right? Here's a hard drive. T7, right? This is a Samsung portable hard drive, right? If I give it to you, it's information. I'm sharing information with you. Here's the medium. The medium is the hard drive. The information is in the hard drive, right? What is the medium? Information, light, magnetism, electricity. Medium of the carrying, the facilitating, the storing of said light, magnetism, or electricity. We're gonna have a device for that. Right? We're gonna have a device for that. Something like this. Right? Get into some of them big boys. So you pull out some of these, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. Right? That's a device. In the world of the living, we have germs.
Myron! Myron! What? What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggion. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah, animals to the shit. The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin-Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head.
That's the algorithm.
So let's go. We started. We got Jamar in the chat. He holding class in the chat. So, but yeah, we started on page 11, and then we jumped from there to the lab chapter. So that's where we at. If you're wondering where we at, where we at now, we on page 200 and we on page 202. No. We're on page 201. Yep. Judge and jury 2. Mosquito. No. We ain't doing the R words. We on this side. Okay. Yeah. This is why everyone has a viral DNA. The viral segments of DNA can be researched via these terms. All genetic material can be considered in some form a vessel of information. There is a space where outside of sick, we have to consider information transfer. Every form of testing regarding aging and longevity speak to information transfer becoming less efficient as we get older, weaker, or both. Power of refinement. The 40-day period allows for a series of filters to regenerate resources, depth, and tissue integrity. I had no idea what I stumbled onto, but its origins are biblical, so it's big. The reason fasts are so prolific amongst holy, divine, and religious ideology is it works. Point blank, period. Cleansing the body heightens all the senses, eases communication at every level. Clean Ab's facial book. You might want to go get that. right? That's the internal hygiene book. The Clean Abs Fascia book is the internal hygiene. I was going to name that book How to Wash Your ASS, right? But I didn't name it that. We went with the Clean Abs Fascia book, right? Bacteria. Notice as we get more information, I keep circling back to the top, bacteria, virus, adding new details. So you start to get a picture of what the comparison is, because I also noticed that people use bacteria and virus interchangeably, like as if they're the same size, same type of thread, like this. It's just crazy. Right? So you got to get this knowledge, right? So anyway, bacteria mostly have fixed forms, right? Think in your mind the size of a house compared to an insect, right? So think about your house right now, right? If you have a house, think about a dragonfly in your house. That is a good comparison for a virus to a bacteria. An insect versus a whole size house. Now, if you got an apartment, apartments are usually smaller than houses. So if your apartment was to be an example for a bacteria cell, the virus would be like a drop of water inside your whole big apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the comparison of a virus to a bacteria. You know what I'm saying? Like you could think of, if you take a piece of pencil, I mean, not a piece of pencil, a piece of paper and a pencil, and you make a dot on that piece of paper, like the lightest dot you can make, just touch the paper with the pencil. It's like that dot compared to like a softball or maybe a woman's basketball or something like that. Like the sizes are totally like, it's not even close. It's like a family inside a football stadium, like a dad, a wife, and they 2 kids. They going to see the Super Bowl. They little unit, that would be your virus. The whole football stadium going crazy would be the bacteria. Like the size comparison is so crazy. For us to use them interchangeably, and then what they're going to do is different, because the bacteria doesn't steal cells and all that. What bacteria do is create these little things. It's like, think of double-sided tape. This is how bacteria roll. This is why bacteria is hard as hell to get out of your body. You put the double-sided tape up, boop, right? So that the tape sticks to the wall, but then the outside of the tape is also just as sticky as the other side. Now I could put stuff on that, right? So that double-sided tape, one side of it is sticking to your tissues in your body, and the other side of it is a community of bacteria. And that's what bacteria want to do. They want to get in there and make little biofilms, little neighborhoods. Yeah, let's see if we can, let me see if we can find some biofilmology. What we got over here? Give me some biofilmology. What is a biofilm? A biofilm. They're gonna be like, that is an X-rated movie. No, we don't mean that kind of biofilm. We don't mean that kind of biofilm. Hold on. But I do want to see what we have over here. This is, oh yeah, this is good right here. Look at this. A biofilm is defined as a community of microorganisms attached to an inert or living surface by a self-produced polymeric matrix or an assemblage of microbial cells associated with a surface and enclosed in a matrix of primarily sugar. God. See? Do you see that? Literally, the bacteria are making neighborhoods in your body out of sugar. The polysaccharide is the sugar. So what do you think glycation's doing? Right? So now we add, look, we got biofilms so far. No, before biofilms. We got COPs earlier. Don't let them go out of your mind because the COPs is what you need to focus on. Cholesterol oxidative products. Super toxic. And if you got glycation going on inside your blood and you add those COPs, those COPs in there, the brutality. Ooh. Ooh. Come on, Wiki. What you got for us, Wiki? What you doing, Wiki? Wiki gonna show us some biofilms. Look at that. Look at Wiki gonna show us something. Now check this out. Look at this. Probable cyanobacteria in the vertical section of a silicafied biofilm from the lower Cretaceous era, very shallow hypersaline environment of the Urgonian carbonate platform of Provence, southeast France. See, I don't know about y'all. I think I'm probably good on the cyanobacteria, though. I think I'm good on the cyanobacteria, bro. That right there does not look delicious to me. This right here is not saying, yo, I want me some spirulina. Yeah, this is not saying that. Spirulinas are cyanobacterias. They all right, though. I ain't beefing with the spirulina people. Right? This is staph. Right? Staph infection. You know, staph was a thing back in the days, boy. Staph was on the news regularly. The cells within the biofilm produce the EPS components, extracellular polymeric substances, which are typically a polymeric combination of extracellular polysaccharides, proteins, lipids, and DNA. Because they have a three-dimensional structure and represent a community lifestyle for microorganisms, they have been metaphorically described as cities for microbes. You don't even know this is happening. And these guys online ain't telling you jack.
My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin-Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
That's the algorithm. That's the algorithm.
So bacteria, mostly fixed form, right? Then you got viruses, a rapid transformer to fit the environment. So again, it's not just the size and the loop. The bacteria, I just showed you, the bacteria are going to do their thing collectively to build and construct a miniature crystal city. Did you just hear what I just said? We'll leave it alone. A crystal city. That's what they do. They build little crystal cities for themselves. So your immune system, let me just tell you the purpose of that. They create the biofilm and encapsulate it in this sugar crystal. Guess what? When your immune system run through, your immune system does not see a whole city of bacteria inside that crystal. It just sees that your body has some polysaccharides, just some sugar right there. So your immune system never bothers to kill anybody over there. That whole community is going to be safe indefinitely unless you figure out how to attack those biofilms. Yeah. Just saying. That's why we have a monthly detox to be done every month. Yeah. Right. Viruses, though. So instead of like bacteria physically changing their environment, viruses actually change to fit the environment. So bacteria change the environment and then cloak into that. Viruses change themselves to match the environment. So that when your immune system come by, just like I asked y'all yesterday. Oh, no, I asked the other. That was Community Education Network. No. What was that here? Right before the Community Education Network when I came over? I don't know. Point is, if you ask yourself a question, and you say to yourself, if God is real, I might have to take it on the arm that the devil is real too. If you don't believe in God, fine, don't believe in the devil. But it's going to be problematic to believe in God and not believe in. Yeah. So it gets crazy. So now you have to ask yourself, if there's a devil, right? Say the devil for some reason wanted to attack Dr. Inky, right? And forget about the trillions of spiritual soldiers and angels that I would have surrounded me, tearing his butt up, trying to get to me. Forget about all that. It's just me and him. We 1v1ing right now. Do you think the devil would approach me to lead me into temptation or put me in a trick bag or mess up my life or whatever? Right? Because it's different for everybody. You a big YouTuber, well, you lose your platform. Come on now. You got a nice job somewhere, you get laid off. But my question to you is, how would the devil himself appear to me if he wanted to lead me into some mischief? How would he look? Because see, I talked about it on the show. I was on the show last night with the brothers because we was talking about, what did I say? I said, oh, y'all getting ready to see the devil shortly. The devil gonna be your mama, your grandmama, your wife on Thanksgiving, cooking up all that poison, feeding it. Right? See, that's how the devil got to get you. The devil got to get you through your mama. The devil got to get you through your best friend. The devil got to get you through your boyfriend, through your husband, through your wife, through your coworker. The devil has to mislead you through the people that you love. Think about it. If you walking down the street headed to the supermarket and you all of a sudden see a man, what looks like a man, but it's like a fire, what the hell you might die. If you literally seen a fork-tailed fire person, like you with all of the programming of what that is and that coming to life for you in front of you, might either pass out or be drop dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but under no circumstances would that type of demon or devilish creature pop up to you and be like, hey, let's go to lunch. And then you're like, oh my God, I ain't see you in a minute. What you want to eat? Let's go get some pizza. Let's go get some. Yeah, let's go get some pizza with pepperoni on it and sausage on it. Get some of them Pepsis and come on, let's just warm it up. You ain't smoked no cigarettes in a while, huh? Here's a cigarette. Don't worry about it. I got it. Oh, you quit drinking? Wow, don't worry about it. I got it. You got to have something with me. Come on now. Light up for one time. See, that's the devil is right there. You just got off of work on Friday. You about to take it in. You walking in the block. You see your man. He like, yo, we getting ready to, look at this flyer, bro. We getting ready to go. Yo, it's going to be crazy tonight. They said it's going to be like 10-1. It's going to be crazy. So now, I guess because we don't look at things from both sides, we never think about those statements. Yo, the club is going to be crazy. I heard it's going to be like 10-1. Yeah, crazy for the guys. The girls aren't going to have a good experience. There's going to be 10 guys in there to satisfy 100 girls. They're going to be mad as hell leaving that party. That ain't a good party for them, right? So a good party's not actually those types of things unless you got 1,000 bottles of baby oil, right?
Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe. They've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today. So again, I'm asking you to support me in my run for U.S. House District 12 here in North Carolina. You don't have to live in North Carolina to support, because what happens in Congress affects the entire country. So again, it's aliforcongress.com. I hope to have your support. Peace and love, y'all.
We got to get this work, right? All right, so viruses can change their bodies, look different, be different, blend into the environment, hide away from your immune system. A virus is usually 10 to 100 times smaller than a bacteria. 10 to 100. So imagine a 1 mile virus or side by side with a 100 mile, like whatever. You got it anyway. Viruses live everywhere on Earth, no matter where. Like, no habitat is too ruthless. There is estimated to be well over 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. Ooh! The number one with 30 zeros behind it. What number is that? Let's count that out. So you got ones, 1,000, million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion. Wait, did I see the trillion yet? Yeah, I did that. This is an octillion, some old crazy number. What is that? And the one is in the next place, so it's one, then whatever is. Wait, I don't know. I know for a fact I'm getting this wrong, but it's a big number. A 1, 30 zeros. Okay, so yeah, that many types of bacteria on Earth. You hear that? Types. That's not the numbers. That's the types of the categories they come in. So you're talking about trillions of each category of. Come on now, this is too crazy. Bacteriophages, also known as phages, are viruses that infect and replicate inside bacteria cells only. So bacteriophages, and this is what I've been telling people, I don't know, last 10 years, I'll probably be saying another 20 years till I'm blue in the face. Viruses use bacteria as Trojan horses. Okay, the story of the Trojan horse, when they came to the, what was that? I don't even remember that damn story. I know it was Greeks and Romans or somebody over there in that universe. They couldn't get past the wall in the army to beat the other army. So they made this horse, like made this plan, like, yo, we're going to squash the beef. We're going to dead the beef. And, you know, we just want to, you know what? We was wilding. We was bugging. My bad. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I made a mistake. Let's piece it out. You know, we want to give you this gift. You know, we damaged, you know, we hurt y'all, damaged y'all, your losses. You know, we want to cover that with a gift and a feast. You know, and I'm paraphrasing the story, but either way, they accept this horse. And inside the horse, they got the enemy army is all inside the horse. As soon as they open up their gate, the thing that was protecting them from their enemies, they let the Trojan horse in. And then as soon as the Trojan horse got inside, all of the soldiers hopped out of the Trojan horse and killed everybody that was protected by the wall. And that's how they lost that war, right? Your body kind of does that same thing because it's hard for a bacteria or virus to get in, really hard for viruses. But bacteria kind of thinking and sensing and figuring things out, and high level of communications of bacteria figure out. And the viruses just, you know, they got like the metro, right? The virus got like a metro, the bus. They just jump on the bus. Yeah, take me down to the liver. I'm gonna catch me 11:15 spleen bus. Yeah, they might just send all these viruses down to infect your spleen. But we need to know about those bacteriophages, because the bacteriophages, yeah, that's just another conversation. Okay. Do walk away though. Viruses and bacteriophages are the same thing, right? Bacteriophages are a type of virus, right? Now think about what I said. Going back to the tap water thing. Going back to the boiled water. Boiling water doesn't clean chemicals out of water. Boiling water may kill or denature some microbes, right? Bacteria, kill, denature viruses, right? But it doesn't touch the toxins, the chemical toxins in the water, right? So think of yourself in this capacity. If you got something going on, then that means technically you water. So some type of sickness or infection means your water dirty. You are now a pool of dirty water, which is the reason why sick people, they move them so they could be alone. So that your dirty water, none of that water jumps into my water. No. You stay your butt over there, right? So you think about it. How do you boil water? How do you boil water? That's a hell of a question. How do you boil water? You add heat to it. Well, how would you boil your water? Getting sun, getting exercise, getting spa, right? Doing that negative ion, you know, whatever that is, the heat, sauna, all those things, right? You're adding that heat to the, yeah, right? But that's not going to affect the chemicals, right? And so this is a whole universe that holistic healers have failed at. That's another reason why I am being particular about this, like literally slamming the brakes on with everything we got going on and initiating this section of diabetes awareness to the kidneys. And even going as far as to highlight the reason why they cannot figure out how to duplicatively get rid of kidney disease is because they're looking in the wrong place. If the high blood pressure and the diabetes is the cause of the kidney disease, what you looking at kidney disease for? Maybe it shouldn't even be considered a disease. Maybe it should just be considered a symptom of diabetes or high blood pressure. Because you can't fix it over there. Because over there is not where the problem's coming from. So the problem's coming from the skeletal muscle, the pancreas, you know, the brain, you know, your neurochemistry, your neural, you know, how much melanin concentrating hormone you putting out there versus, you know, melanin stimulating hormone and the melanocortins and all of those crazy extra, more scientific-y things that nobody's going to keep track of for real. Right? Well, for real. Right? All right. So now we get to thinking about the tap, right? You think about the tap and all them chemicals. Well, when we add the heat to the water transforms and you start to get steam. So in a pot, it's going to steam out. But in a human, we have the similar concept, but it's more like sweating or transepidermal water loss, right? So we've got transepidermal water loss. That sound like some fly, you know, that sound fly. They just trying to take our drip though and reallocate it to the people that are not going to watch a guy with gold teeth and then circulate it around the world faster. So by the time me and you get to those very same people that never heard of this, they're going to be like, oh, you saying this? No. Y'all inflammaging 2023, 2024 researchers, y'all are saying what we've been saying. Because we had the mayor and the city council up in New York come out and cut a ribbon on what we talking about. So I know for a fact who was there. Yeah, the city council, the mayor, none of the people from the city showed up. It was just like the who's who. It was a small group. And you had a handful of billionaires that run that city that sat in the back and soaked up everything. The mayor and the city council don't come out unless the invisible billionaires say, yeah, we want to, yeah, that's a good idea. We should get behind that. You never see them. You just see their I want to say the politicians assist with the wishes of lobbyists being met in a timely fashion that works both for the politician and the billionaire who's not even talking to the politicians, because he'll send somebody, aka a lobbyist, to talk to the politician. Anyway, it gets messy. That's why we got to get these books and do this for ourselves, right? And we got to get these books for everybody else. We got to get these books for everybody else. Now, I ain't buying no whole 50 books for somebody else. I'm not doing that. You know, but I'll get you 1 or 2 books to get you started. I'm talking about my family, right? The ignorant people that I love that refuse to get their life together. Like, I give you, you know, a copy of Melanin vs. Diabetes with a kitchen chemistry book or a nice little starter kit. Put it together in your mind, depending on the person you're giving it to. You know, some people are already really in good condition. So for them, you might want to give them the fitness book, right?
which is Melanin vs. Diabetes Book 3, then you might want to give them, Melanin vs. Diabetes Book 3, ski. Yep, that's this, the fiscal edition, right? On the exercise. Then you might want to get them. We got a lot of these joints that take the exercise to a whole nother level. I mean, it's definitely called the Clean Abs book for a reason. Wherefore art thou? Piezoelectric book. Oh, there you go. Piezoelectrochemistry book, excuse me. There you go. Right, these are all books on exercise and how to build that body up. And then there is, I don't even know where's my Declaration of Independence. Where the hell is that book? Well, guess what? See how I just played myself? I don't know exactly where it is here, but I know exactly where I can find Dr. Inky books. What am I doing? I know exactly where I can find Dr. Inky books. Hey, right here. Yeah. My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin vs. Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own. I know I could find it here. Let's go Declaration of Independence. Okay. No Inky there. Nope. What if I type in my name? They're like, no, buddy. Oh, here they go right here at the bottom of the page. They put it there. They put us there. They gave us a little love. Boop. So there we go. Right? That's the Declaration of Independence book. That's a great book for our workout, folks. That's a great book for our workout, folks.
Myron! Myron!
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, ain't nothing nasty about this. So what you talking about? I got all the books right here. What you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced Reender, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to Hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you. No, I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't nothing. No.
Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah. You animals to the shit. The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Dr. King, how are things shaping up now for tomorrow? Things are shaping up beautifully. We have people coming in from all over the country. I suspect that we will have representatives from almost every state in the Union, and naturally a large number of people, representatives from almost every state in the Union, and naturally a large number of people from the state of Alabama. And we hope to see, we plan to see, the greatest witness for freedom ever taken place, that has ever taken place on the steps of the capital of any state in the South. And this whole march adds drama to this total drama. From Selma, Alabama. They told us we wouldn't get here. There were those who said that we would get here only over their dead body. Well, all the world today knows that we are here and we are standing before the forces of power in the state of Alabama saying we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. African Americans, or so-called Negro. One of the reasons that it is bad for us to continue to just refer to ourselves as so-called Negro, that's negative. When we say so-called Negro, that's pointing out what we aren't, but it isn't telling us what we are. We are African, and we happen to be in America. We're not American. We are people who formerly were Africans who were kidnapped and brought to America. Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us. He had no self-confidence. He had no confidence in his own race. Because the white man destroyed your and my past, destroyed our knowledge of our culture. And by having destroyed it, now we don't know we have any achievements, any accomplishments.
so-called Negro unable to stand on his own feet. He has no self-confidence. He has no confidence in his own race. Because the white man destroyed your and my past, destroyed our knowledge of our culture. And by having destroyed it, now we don't know we have any achievements, any accomplishments. And as long as you can be convinced that you never did anything, you can never do anything. But when it comes to teaching the black people something about great black men who stood their ground, who were scientists, who were civilizers, who were fathers of culture and civilization, the white men have shrewdly written that role out of the textbook.
Sometimes I feel trapped, raised inside a wild habitat, black, and like an animal, I learn to react. Parallel to hell with dead bodies, rotten smell, hard to excel. Where a lot of real G's just died and fell. We play inside of graveyards, blood in the streets, youth die young, and mother heart scarred. Emotionally attacking black seeds inside the ovaries. Rob my religion plus culturally. I don't acknowledge myself, it's like I'm frozen G at 32 degrees and something's holding me. Divide and conquer consciously, I can't see, I'm blind. Poison me with the technology, enslaving my mind. I'm just a ghetto child watching ancestors stressing, cause every day above ground is truly a Lord's blessing. Study my essence, what I spit is plus degrees and life lessons. For those asking the realest questions, who is God, Jehovah, Elohim, and Allah, genetically inside of me and written in the stars.
They don't recognize me now. I done took too much, and I'm all torn down, but I'm built back up. They don't recognize me now. I done took too much, and I'm all torn down, but I'm built back up.
It's been a long time coming since my earth was all rock. My first stop, the safest part of the worst block. Divine seeds planted in sewage and gravel, with nothing but a 7 as a gavel. We learn to travel, student enrollment, English lessons, we learn to push them. Actual and solar facts to the lost Muslim. With these working tools, I research to diverge from the urge. Put me first, more than a detox, a deep purge. 120 to Adam, the first, the word. We heard the spark of creation to preserve God in the flesh. Since then, I've been telling them it's more than light, sound crystallized through melanin. You can't come around for a few dollars and disappear. We ain't bouncing no reality checks. Listen here, the chicken clear, biophoton currency, the bloodline of luxury. Health is wealth, and niggas been living comfortably.
They don't recognize me now. I done took too much. Now I'm all torn down, but I'm built back up. They don't recognize me now. I done took too much, but I'm all torn down. Now I'm built back up.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Yeah. They don't recognize me now.
Let's go. I mean, it's crazy. Literally, people got cleaner rims on their car than their kidneys. Like, so in essence, you know, I mean, Clogged kidneys. You're going to hear that phrase a lot if you are somebody really in this pocket of information or interested in it. It's one of those things. I have terms that I use because everybody uses them, but I kind of hate them deep down on the insides. It's like a pet peeve. But I use the idea of the clogged kidney, but let me tell you why it's a bad analogy. I wish it never started. A clogged thing, like a toilet. Think of a toilet. If your toilet gets clogged, right? The thing that you want to happen, right, is to unclog the toilet so all of the poop and whatever goes down the tubes, down the pipes into wherever, right? If you have quote unquote clogged kidneys, that's actually the opposite of what you want to happen and what's going on. So clogged kidneys are not actually clogged, they're actually leaking. Right? They're leaking protein. So say, for instance, your toilet just started flushing itself, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, so poop's just flying, it's the clogged kidney analogy is not really all wise, right, and exact, but it's been used for so many years that is for communication purposes, it has some utility. But that's not it, because what you're trying to do is actually to clog a kidney. That's a healthy kidney is a clogged kidney. Technically, you know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you the real part, right? Because the filters in your so in the kidney, you have these cells, these nephron units, and they're made up of basically a filter and a tube or a pipe. And, the filter catches everything. No proteins get through the filter, right? Because the filter is like basically 100% clogged and nothing's getting through. That's how they're supposed to work. You're not supposed to be getting proteins in your urine. That's a problem is happening, right? So you actually want to stop the unclogged and reclog, right? So that happens a variety, a few different ways, you know what I'm saying? But that damage, the physical damage to the physical filters in there, you got to figure that out. Now, of course, it's not a miracle anything, but there is a specific nutrient that's required to have a good amount of in your system to kickstart nephrogenesis. Nephrogenesis? What you talking about, Willis? What's nephrogenesis? Anything genesis in biochemistry is how you make more of that, right? How you recuperate that thing. Oh, did I get him? I ain't keep playing. I'm gonna get you. Get you. He fat and slow too. You get them fat and slow flies. I'm fast enough to catch one of them with my hands, but I don't be wanting to touch them flies like that, especially if I hit him real hard and some of his juices out. You don't kill flies with your hands. Don't kill mosquitoes and stuff like that with your hands. That may not actually be a victory. If you squash a bug with your hand and then later you put that hand on some food or your face and somehow, think about what I just told you. Let's go back to Paul line, right? Paul like that spleen bus, right? So let's just think of a whole bus packed with passengers, right? If one bacteria represents mad passengers, you know how many bacteria one fly can have on it or in it? So you got some old ridiculous quadrillion, quintillion, tuplin, or some old crazy number of bacteria that could fit in a bug that small, but then on top of that, each one of them got that same number of viruses. Like, nah, I ain't squishing no damn bugs. No, big is easy, small is problematic. Yeah. Send me the 6-foot guy that's drinking beer and smoking cigarettes that want to fight. Let me fight him. Don't send me no microscopic, don't. I don't want no problem with no bugs. Literally or figuratively. Seriously. Right? So that's the basic idea of what we want to do. We want to start to get this awareness, right? We got ED. That could be an early warning sign, right? Having a sexual malfunction for a man should never lead you to just start using Viagra's or something. Oh, I got him. Wait a minute. All right. Keep playing. He keep playing. I'm going to get him. He in the wrong place. Same thing for ladies. Ladies, if you're having a hard time while you're doing your thing to get to that destination which you're trying to get to, hint, hint, wink, wink, it may not be your partner doing a bad job or your toy malfunctioning. It may be the fact that you have some stuff going on. Heart issues, kidney issues, hydration issues. Right? So let's stop allowing people to turn the symptoms of disease. Listen to this. This is important. Let's stop allowing people to turn the symptoms of disease, like the warning signs, the alarms. Hey, something is wrong. Hey, something is wrong. Get this checked out. Figure this out now. Yo, this fly is the GOAT. But yeah, figure this out now. Do not rush and go get no Viagra's, bro. Figure out what's up with your program. Your program supposed to work till you dead. Don't just go get them things like that. Same thing for you two ladies. Don't just be buying up no crazy stuff. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or melanin, listen to this. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or melanin, one of those three things, that means you are at risk for sudden kidney disease. 1. Okay. Do you have diabetes? No. Okay. That's cool. Do you got high blood pressure? No. Oh, all right. That's cool. All right. Do you have any melanin, though? Do you have any of that melanin in your skin? I got some of that. Okay, great. Well, let's go ahead and sign you up on this diabetes waiting list, the cancer waiting list. We got this kidney disease waiting list. How you want to do this? We can put you over here on the stroke and high blood pressure. We can, we don't have to go the cancer kidney route. We can do something quick. Can we get you into a stroke? How'd you feel about like a little aneurysm? Like, can we get you into because I think we've got a low price slot 2 days after Thanksgiving. We can get you right in there for a stroke or aneurysm. Yeah. Yo, who else but somebody this complexion do you think would be dealing with this? If I have one of the 3, diabetes, high blood pressure, or melanin, I'm at risk for sudden death or what? If you have 2 or more of the following, you are a high risk person for kidney disease. diabetes, high blood pressure, and eumelanin. Ooh. And if you have melanin and you have diabetes and you have high blood pressure, come on now. We just increased the percentage. So I don't even know what's next. Is it ain't certain, but I mean, it's close to certain. You like fighting the feds in court. I think they got what, like a 98% conviction rate. If you black, you got diabetes and high blood pressure, that's a conviction rate. That's that's your 3 evidences right there. That's it. They get ready to give you life. Life. They get ready to hit you with life, like Eddie Murphy and Maud Lawrence. Life. Yeah. So this one said I had to start figuring out some of this. And then everything gets crazy because the foods that you thought was healthy before, some of them healthy foods you can't eat no more. And then some of the unhealthy food that you stopped eating is the healthiest food you can find, right? Because that's the first thing we do. Hey, man, we got to get on that white diet. We got to get on that white fast, white rice, or I'm going to cut that white rice, white sugar, and the white bread. Yeah, I'm going to cut that out, cut out that soda, with the white milk. Yeah, I'm going to cut all that out. I'm like, hold on. What color's almond? And never mind. So people but white rice, something going on with them kidneys. You better get back into that white rice. White rice is nice and simple and easy, right? Because your nephrologist or your kidney doctor, they're going to tell you this. This is what the basic kidney diet is built around. You have to watch phosphorus, potassium, and sodium. And they're going to give you based on what stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, and whatever compound and stuff that you also have going on with that. They're going to come up with something and it's going to be a number. They're going to say, okay, well, your potassium every day is safe if you keep it under 1,000 milligrams or this or that or whatever. So now you could get out the calculator and start converting up a whole bunch of stuff, and it might take you an extra hour every meal time to count up all this stuff and boo-boo. Or you could just go with something like white rice that you stopped eating because it was unhealthy. And it's not that it was unhealthy. White rice is just like a no thing. Like a nothing, but not a nothing, but more of a no thing. Right? Because it's not really healthy, but it's not exactly unhealthy. You go, oh yeah, but it's a simple carb. It's going to convert right to sugar. You do need energy, right? You need some sugar. But the beauty of it for somebody in a situation where they have a much more sensitive system is that, hey, white rice ain't got nothing in it. I ain't got to do no calculated math. I know white rice ain't got no phosphorus, no potassium. So I done cut my math down dramatically by dealing with that white rice. You see how we did that? Yeah, we just go right over there to that white rice. That white rice ain't got no phosphorus. Now, if you put some brown, you put some color on that rice, now you gotta figure you could die. You could get dangerous. A black rice could kill you with kidney disease. Banana could kill you with kidney disease. Coconuts, oh my goodness, coconut water. You go get you some coconut water if you want with kidney disease. That might be the last coconut water that might be the last drink you ever drank. Listen, if you got stuff going on with your kidneys, you can't even have, like, most people is like 28 ounces of water. What is that? 8, 16, 24, 32. So you might get 3.5 cups of water for the day. For the day? Bro, that's crazy. 3 or 4 cups. So everything goes upside down, and that's how these things goes. You know what I'm saying? Everything going on with you flips upside down, and so for me, I'm just like Neo in the Matrix, because I'm trying to figure out, like, why is we paying attention to all these crazy things? Right? Don't we pay attention to a lot of crazy things right now? We pay attention to a lot of crazy things right now. Right? Who started the conversation back up? Cardi B. There's a part of the world, there's a world where women are going crazy right now because Cardi B has had that big booty cut down. They trying to figure out, hold on, why is Cardi B cutting off her booty, and then Jocelyn is going crazy over there. So Jocelyn going crazy. Jocelyn is recruiting big booties, and she seems to be getting stronger and stronger every time we look at her. Then you got all these other women that's having these problems and diseases associated, so they removing them, starting back with K. Michelle. And I'm saying to myself, we got mad conversations surrounding fake butts, fake breasts, penile implants, all these conversations. How many conversations do we have about people with heart implants? Do we judge people with heart implants as harshly as people with butt implants? Is it the same level? I'm asking y'all. Put your if you watching this later on, throw your answer in the comment section. I just want to know. Do you judge a guy that has some type of heart implant or a fake heart or something? Do you judge him the same way as the girl with the buck cheeks? You say, no, she volunteered for that. The guy with the heart problem, he had to get that or he was going to die. And I might challenge that if you say that. If you say that, I might challenge that. You know what I'm saying? Wait, well, how did his heart get run down like that? Did he not volunteer to repeatedly do some behaviors that locked him into that? Or is that a genetic thing and that was happening? So if it's a genetic thing, he couldn't, maybe I don't know. If he just decided he was hooked on, he had Pepsi and donuts every day for 40 years. And, I think that Pepsi and that donuts voluntarily. See, so I don't know. It's in my opinion, sometimes be different than everybody's, you know what I'm saying? But we got to ask these questions. Because for me, I feel like we could add 20 years onto our lifespan if we discussed ankle implants, knee implants, shoulder implants, organ implants, right? People running around with fake kidneys or kidneys that ain't theirs. They ain't get that kidney from their mama or their daddy. That ain't their kidney. So technically that's a fake kidney, right? So people got fake kidneys and livers and, all kinds of stuff that people get from organ transplant. Got him. Yo, I feel like I felt like that was like a Serena dogged his ass and then went down and served. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying right there. Yeah, that might be volunteer too. So how do we look at it? Like, I feel like if we put the conversation on these other types of implants, man, we might do the world some, like we might be able to change the game if we take advantage of these convos. See, that's why I need y'all. to actually begin to be ministers in your own little right? Y'all got to find places where y'all already are and infuse the conversations that you have normally, regularly, wherever you are, whatever you're talking about with this health information, so we can start getting these people this material. Period. Because there is a way into a health conversation from everywhere. Because everyone, alive or dead, this is an important conversation to them. Yes, I said alive or dead. Yeah, because the people that like, love, or think about the dead people, they probably want to use them as examples, like precautionary tales. So this is where we need to be with this. That's where we need to be with this. So now, we working. We're going to keep this thing going. We got 3 hours, we had 4 hours? Oh, no, I got to send y'all to the house. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Everybody over here. Everybody right now. Come on. I'm sending y'all to the house. We've been on here for 4 hours. Come on. Everybody. Everybody. Let's go on ahead. Yeah, let's go on ahead over here. Let's go on ahead over here and shut this thing down. Yeah, let's get this thing together. Look how we doing. Look how we got this thing on locked out over there, bro. Look how we going crazy over there. Look how we go. Yo, we got. Yo, remember when we did the first one? We couldn't even find that joint. That joint was like in the nosebleed. Now, and you type the name in, a good bit of, we got a few joints pop up. What that? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42. Like, ooh, we got some joints. Yeah, we got a few joints popped up. Yeah. It's mostly the comedic science series I see that's popping up. So we got a lot of books that still ain't even popping up. Even with all this, we still got books that ain't popping up. But yeah, this is where y'all at. Y'all are getting ready to right now shut down these computers and take y'all butts on over there. Right? Yep. Doc, that's exactly what we getting ready to do. Doc, we getting ready to go right on over there.
Dr. King, how are things shaping up now for tomorrow? Things are shaping up beautifully. We have people coming in from all over the country. I suspect that...
Yo, you know what Martin Luther King would have did with a social media page? Jesus Christ. I wake up every day and I feel hopeful. No matter what's going on in my personal life, I feel hopeful. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what, because I look back at what Garvey and some of these guys were able to do with no social media.
We have representatives from almost every state in the union, and naturally a large number of people. Representatives from almost every state in the union, and naturally a large number of people from the state of Alabama, and we hope to see, we plan to see, the greatest witness for freedom ever taken place, that has ever taken place on the steps of the capital of any state in the South. And this whole march adds drama to this total storm. Started on the mighty road from Selma, Alabama. They told us we wouldn't get here. There were those who said that we would get here only over their dead body. Well, all the world today knows that we are here and we are standing before the forces of power in the state of Alabama saying we ain't gonna let nobody turn us around.
African Americans, or so-called Negro. One of the reasons that it is bad for us to continue to just refer to ourselves as so-called Negro, that's negative. When we say so-called Negro, that's pointing out what we aren't, but it isn't telling us what we are. We are African, and we happen to be in America. We're not American. We are people who formerly were Africans who were kidnapped and brought to America. Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
The so-called Negro unable to stand on his own feet. He has no self-confidence. He has no confidence in his own race. Because the white man destroyed your entire past. Destroyed our knowledge of our culture.
Myron! Myron! What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Everybody reading those nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Well, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday 2 weeks. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I got hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What are you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Hell no.
Give me the books, Myron. Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no.
Yo, well, bye. Bye.
I've been in this game. Yeah, animals to the shit. The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Walking right in, fat boy. What's right? Who are you? Why do you have my
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just moved in and they left your packages over there. Seem like you're a doctor or something. You got medical supplies in there?
Well, not necessarily medical. I am a doctor, Lord. You could use my services around that midsection. You look like one package of ketchup away from a heart attack.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. So I come over here. You got your packages. I didn't know.
Okay. What you want? Oh, you missed it. What? Oh, actually, you do. You do want a snack for it. I'm a sauce in the way from wow. You stupid. I'll bring your package. Fucking head. I'm moving tomorrow.
My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
To hear in sports. I don't know.
Now
It's kind of weird.
trying to help your life. She's trying to save your life.
Why?
Because when you fall asleep with the TV on, you're not getting a deep enough sleep that you could actually get.
For real.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
And your thoughts are being influenced by sounds you're not even hearing.
On me.
No, hold on. I got more
I
for
didn't
you.
know
I got
that.
more for you because I did the same thing. Number one, they're both right. That is not good for your sleep.
Yeah.
Number two, it speaks to a problem that you have, probably related to your dad not being around. If I want to go super deep,
Safety.
Maybe.
You
But
need
it
noise
is
because you feel
noise.
safe.
It's needing noise to make you feel safe. I go to sleep with stuff almost every night.
Dang, bro. I think I'm going to get some help then.
Yeah, your girl trying to save your life.
And you don't need anyone else. She's right there. You don't need the TV.
I might have to put a ring on it. They just saved you. They just saved your life.
She's giving you good advice. She really is.
No, that's crazy. I never knew that though, because I do have to fall asleep with the TV on like every night. Like I have to hear something.
I'm still like that. I'm trying to be better at it.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to sit in silence.
Yeah.
It'll be even harder if there's times when you're on your own.
Yeah.
You know, if you're on the road and she's not with you,
Right.
and you have to sit there and just take silence, just sit in silence.
Y'all got different type of damage.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have that one. But
You-
you
so
know,
you-
I can
you-
lay in complete black silence, no
So you
sound.
so in a pitch black room you can fall asleep?
I can sit there in silence.
Dead
close
silence.
Can you do that?
Laura?
Now I can. It took me a long time because I was like you. I had to fall asleep with something on.
Yeah. I'm
And
the
then
same
I
way.
had to learn to just be like, shut it off.
And I'm 26 years old. I think
got time.
Yeah, okay.
Your sleep will be different.
Yeah.
Trust me.
You look great,
Different.
by the way, too. You're in shape. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you was getting fat for a minute.
I know it's just falling off me, man. I don't know what it is. It's just falling off me. I ain't doing nothing special. I think it's them herbs he be giving me. My man's right here.
Herbs?
Yeah. What's the
I don't
herbs?
think you pronounce the H, by the way.
Herbs.
No, you do.
No, they herbs. What's that stuff you be giving me?
Come on over here to the mic, polo sweater man.
Tell
Ralph Lauren.
It's them herbs he got, man. You need some herbs, man.
What is herbs?
What
Are you his nutritionist?
Yeah. I'm the nutritionist for the team.
Okay.
But we do more than just nutrition. We reversing diabetes, cancer. We doing the whole thing.
Love it. Well,
Thyroid,
and what's the website? Shout it out.
My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money with the electrician grocery shopping list on Amazon now. Go to Amazon now. The life you save may be your own.
Man, I got everything.
Wow, look how young the little ones look. That's crazy.
Your classmates, they moms is still buying detoxes from you?
Yeah.
All right, now you gotta get the principals and the teachers, all right?
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
You full of shit now. The nigga tell me you play out cauliflower and all that. He said that was cauliflower. This is cauliflower chops. Look, man. I done fucked up, man. What? I need something to get back vegan, man. I think my body fucked up. Can you get me back right? You full of shit. You full of shit. I need to get this shit up out me. Jay, you full of shit. Nah. This is what we're gonna do. Look,
Peace and blessings out there to everybody. My name is Dr. Inky, the founder of the Melanin versus Diabetes movement and ministry. Our goal is to fight diabetes by creating a biochemically literate society, one book at a time, one person at a time, one household at a time. Join us now by going to Amazon.com and getting all of the books, getting all of the books that you can afford, even if you can't read them all. Share them with family, share them with loved ones. Let's begin the study. And if you need tutoring sessions are available at AmericanHealer.website. I can give you one-on-one tutoring through these books. Let's build a biochemically literate society, one person at a time. Thanks in advance.